Arctic. There are concerns that the melting of Arctic ice is depriving polar bears of their habitat. Marked. Since that player joined, the team's winning percentage has shown a marked improvement. Parked. Since there are parked cars lining the narrow roads of the residential area, caution is required for passage. Snarl. The neighbor's dog snarled at the passing stranger, baring its teeth. Gnarled. There is a gnarled old tree in the garden that looks hundreds of years old. Alarm. I set the alarm for 6 o'clock. Arm. He used his muscular arms to the fullest to carry the heavy luggage. Charm. Her bright smile has a mysterious charm that instantly attracts people she meets for the first time. Disarm. The police officer successfully persuaded the suspect and managed to disarm them. Farm. He works on a farm. Forearm. I felt a pleasant fatigue in my forearm muscles after hitting the ball back hard in tennis. Harm. When handling strong chemicals, you should wear gloves to avoid causing harm to your skin. Harmful. Air pollution has a very harmful effect on the human respiratory system. Harmless. That spider looks scary, but it has no poison and is a completely harmless creature to humans. Armpit. After intense exercise, he noticed that he was sweating profusely from his armpits. Farmyard. I woke up early and went outside to find chickens crowing in the farmyard. Armed. The building was heavily guarded by security officers armed with guns. Arms. To maintain peace, the international community restricts the excessive proliferation of arms. Barn. The farmer carried the freshly harvested hay into the large red barn. Darn. She found a hole in her sock and carefully darned it using a needle and thread. Yarn. My grandmother knitted a sweater for me with soft wool yarn in preparation for winter. Carp. He constantly carps about his boss's methods, causing trouble for those around him. Harp. The religious painting depicts an angel playing a beautiful harp atop a cloud. Sharp. This kitchen knife is very well sharpened and sharp, so you must be careful not to cut your finger. Sharply. Following the economic downturn, the company's stock price fell sharply in afternoon trading. Farce. The meeting was a mere formality with the conclusion decided from the start. It was a total farce. Parse. The computer correctly parses the input commands and executes the program. Sparse. Because the region is extremely dry, the vegetation is very sparse. Parsley. To make the dish look better, I sprinkled some chopped parsley on top at the end. Sparsely. The village was deep in the mountains, with houses only sparsely scattered around. Harsh. He used harsher words than necessary toward his subordinate's mistake. Marsh. Many rare migratory birds and aquatic plants live in that marsh. Part. After dating for several years, they decided to live apart to follow their own paths. Art. She has shown a talent for art since she was a child and is now a successful famous painter. Cart. I borrowed a cart at the supermarket entrance and loaded it with a week's worth of groceries. Chart. He summarized the sales data in a chart. Dart. He darted behind a cover to avoid the bee that flew toward him. Depart. At the scheduled time, the plane moved toward the runway and departed for its next destination. Heart. Even when facing difficulties, he never lost heart and kept trying until the end. Impart. The skilled craftsman focused on imparting the techniques he had cultivated over many years to his apprentice. Part. This component is one of the most important parts for maintaining engine performance. Restart. Since the computer became unstable, I decided to restart it and see how it goes. Smart. He is a very smart thinker and solved the complex problem in an instant. Start. The new semester has started, and the classroom is filled with the voices of expectant students. Tart. She baked and served a sweet and tart apple pie for dessert. Apartheid. In South Africa, an unjust policy of racial segregation called apartheid was once practiced. Heartbreak. He is suffering from deep heartbreak after breaking up with his longtime partner. Artful. He used his artful speaking skills to persuade the opposition before they knew it. Heartfelt. She gave a heartfelt speech filled with gratitude at her best friend's wedding. Heartless. Walking away while ignoring a crying child is such a heartless thing to do. Partly. The project's failure was partly due to a lack of preparation. Apartment. He lives in an apartment in the city center. Compartment. Each compartment of the train is equipped with comfortable chairs and a small table. Department. She belongs to the physics department at the university and is studying the basics of quantum mechanics. Partner. He is my business partner. Partnership. The two companies agreed to form a strong partnership for new technology development. Artsy. The cafe is decorated in an artsy style and attracts creative people. Artwork. The lobby is decorated with wonderful artwork by a young local artist. Hearth. On cold winter nights, the whole family gathered around the warm hearth and had a good time. Carve. A skilled craftsman carved a beautiful figure of a bird out of hard wood. Starve. The adventurer lost in the desert almost starved to death with no food or water. Boss. When I work under a strict but fair boss, I feel my own growth. Posture. Due to long hours of desk work, his posture had unknowingly become slouched. Posturing. He is making bold statements, but it is merely political posturing. Phosphorus. The tip of this match is coated with a phosphorus substance to make it easier to light. Phosphorus. Nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus are the three essential nutrients for plant growth. Phosphate. Plants need phosphate for growth. Hospice. He entered a hospice where he could receive professional care to relieve the pain of terminal cancer. Hospital. He complained of severe abdominal pain and was rushed to a nearby general hospital by ambulance. Rostrum. The award winner stepped up to the rostrum looking nervous and began a speech of thanks. Nostril. When I inhaled the cold winter air, I felt a sharp sensation deep in my nostril. Mosque. When I visited Turkey, I toured a huge mosque with beautiful blue tiles. Wasp. I found a wasp nest under the eaves of the garden and asked a professional to remove it. Cost. Latest smartphones are very convenient, but the cost is also quite high accordingly. Costly. Repairing that old car would be very costly, so I am considering buying a new one. Awash. The island is blessed with beautiful nature, but during the tourist season, it is awash with many travelers. Gosh. Gosh, I didn't expect to see you here, she exclaimed in surprise. Panache. He handled the difficult task with great panache, impressing everyone around him. Posh. She enjoyed an elegant afternoon tea at a posh hotel in London. Squash. He desperately protected the bread in his bag from being squashed in the crowded train. Wash. He washes his hands before meals and always tries to stay clean. Washcloth. After washing his face, he gently wiped it with a soft washcloth. Allot. The teacher fairly allotted presentation time to each group within the limited class hours. Blot. He dropped his fountain pen and made a large ink blot on the important document. Clot. The mechanism of blood clotting to stop bleeding is essential for the human body. Cot. On the camping night, I used a folding cot to avoid sleeping directly on the ground. Hot. Today is a very hot day. Jot. I quickly jotted down the important business I heard over the phone in my notebook so I wouldn't forget. Lot. A new library is planned to be built on that vast lot in the future. Not. He didn't get the result he expected and looked discouraged, shaking his head. Not. Plot. The plot of that mystery novel was so clever that I didn't know who the killer was until the very end. Pot. I am boiling water in a pot. Rot. If wood is left in a humid place, bacteria will quickly multiply and cause it to rot. Shot. He made a dramatic, game-winning shot at the end of the basketball game. Slot. When I put a coin into the slot of the vending machine, a cold drink came out. Spot. He was standing at that spot. Squat. To strengthen my lower body, I make sure to do 50 squats every day. Swat. He swatted the fly buzzing annoyingly around his ear with a rolled-up newspaper. Trot. The horse moved at a brisk trot, heading pleasantly through the meadow. Hotbed. The old boarding house was once a hotbed for young artists to share their dreams. Shotgun. The hunter quickly aimed the shotgun he was carrying on his shoulder to target the birds. Potluck. Friends each brought a dish and held a fun potluck party. Hotline. The City Hall has a 24-hour hotline set up for residents to make emergency consultations. Spotlight. When the lead actor appeared on stage, a strong spotlight shone on him. Motley. A motley group of people, from students to businessmen, gathered at the party. Allotment. He looks forward to growing vegetables on his allotment in the community garden on weekends. Flotsam. After the storm, the beach was littered with flotsam washed up from the shipwreck. Lots. He won lots of prize money in the lottery and went on a round-the-world trip, his longtime dream. Suave. He is always calm and treats everyone with a suave manner. Cause. The police began an investigation to identify the direct cause of the fire that occurred last night. Cosmic. Astronomers are trying to unravel cosmic mysteries using the latest telescopes. Cosmos. The astronauts gazed out at the jet-black cosmos and reaffirmed the beauty of the Earth. Causeway. When the tide went out, a long causeway leading to the island appeared. Barrage. At the press conference, the politician was hit with a barrage of tough questions from reporters. Collage. She created a collage of memories by combining photos and tickets from her trip. Entourage. The famous actor appeared with his entourage, including personal managers and security guards. Garage. As a hobby, he converted his garage into a small woodworking workshop. Massage. He had his shoulders stiff from long hours of desk work, loosened by a professional massage. Mirage. A lake appeared beyond the desert, but it was just a mirage created by the hot air. Montage. In the movie, the protagonist's growth was expressed through a montage of short scenes. Confab. He spotted a colleague in the hallway and had a short confab about work progress. Crosshatch. In drawing, the technique of crosshatch, in which thin lines are intersected to create shadows, was used. Coccyx. He slipped on the ice, fell, and hit his coccyx hard. Bodice. The bodice of that traditional dress is finely decorated with beautiful embroidery. Misanthropic. He has become distrustful of people and lives a misanthropic life, avoiding contact with others. Blog. He runs a blog that chronicles his daily life, and he has many readers. Coxswain. In rowing, the role of the coxswain, who steers and directs the pace of the boat, is extremely important. Soupkin. The soup had a soupkin added to it as a secret ingredient. Abscond. He absconded in the middle of the night after embezzling company funds. Whop. He was so angry that he whopped his fist on the table with all his might. Foppish. He liked flashy ribbons and perfume, and was considered a bit foppish by those around him. Synoptic. To understand the complex flow of history, I created a synoptic table summarizing the events. Debar. He was debarred from participating in the official competition due to past scandals. Darkling. The sun was setting and the first stars were beginning to shine in the darkling sky. Tarn. The surrounding peaks were beautifully reflected in the clear water of the tarn near the top of the mountain. Rampart. Strong stone ramparts are built around the castle to prevent enemy intrusion. Hard-hearted. He is a very hard-hearted man who does not want to help people in need. Kibosh. A sudden downpour put the kibosh on our much-anticipated picnic plans. Hotspot. This cafe is used by many nomad workers as a free Wi-Fi hotspot. Blotch. A red wine blotch appeared on his white shirt. Holograph. The museum displays precious holographs written by famous poets. Hard and fast. There are currently no hard and fast rules on the matter. Concordat. The government and the church signed a concordat, a formal agreement that governed their relationship. Top-notch. He is one of the world's top-notch surgeons and has saved many lives. Hardcore. He is a hardcore fan of the band and attends all of their shows. Quadrilateral. Rectangles, squares, and rhombuses are all quadrilaterals, which are shapes bounded by 4 straight lines. Entree. Before the main course, a cold soup specially made by the chef was brought out. Entree. Before the main course, a cold soup specially made by the chef was brought out. Stockade. The fort was protected by a stockade of sharp logs to prevent enemy intrusion. Trotline. Fishermen cast long trot lines across the river and caught many catfish. Disarrange. A strong wind blew and disarranged her carefully arranged hair. Godliness. She has deep religious beliefs and always lives a life of godliness. Cognate. The English word father and the German word Vater are cognate words with the same origin. Troglodyte. He has an extreme dislike for modern technology and lives like a troglodyte in the remote mountains. Spondylitis. He suffers from spondylitis, an inflammation of the spine, and has suffered from back pain for many years. Far-fetched. His story was so far-fetched that everyone felt it was a far-fetched fabrication. Arabesque. The walls of Islamic temples are decorated with beautiful arabesque designs, which are repeating geometric patterns. Heartrending. The news carried heartrending stories of children who had lost their families in the earthquake. Homiletics. He is majoring in homiletics at seminary, which teaches how to write and deliver sermons. Bronchodilator. When an asthma attack occurred, he used a bronchodilator inhaler to open up his airways. Cartographer. Skilled cartographers have used the latest satellite data to create highly accurate maps. Chronometer. Navigators use precision chronometers to keep track of the ship's exact position. Colander. I poured the cooked pasta into a colander to drain the water. Dolor. Having lost his loved one, his heart sank into a deep dolor, and he was unable to recover for some time. Imposture. He had been using fake ID to pose as a doctor, but his imposture was eventually discovered. Lodger. To help pay the rent, she decided to rent out her spare room to lodgers. Ocular. The doctor performed a precise ocular examination using the latest equipment. Omnivore. Humans are omnivores, eating both plants and animals, and have a diverse diet. Salver. The butler placed the letter on a silver tray and respectfully presented it to his master. Controvert. The lawyer controverted the prosecution's case by citing new testimony to undermine it. Proprietress. As the proprietress of this historic inn, she strives to provide attentive hospitality. Admonitory. The teacher gave an admonitory look to the students running in the hallway. Blarney. He used his natural blarney to extract a discount from the difficult shopkeeper. Dodgy. When he saw a used car that was too cheap, he had a hunch that it was dodgy and had some kind of defect. Jollity. The Christmas party was filled with laughter and jollity among the attendees. Martinet. The commander was known as a very strict martinet, who did not tolerate even the slightest breach of discipline. Mockingly. He saw my mistake and made a mockingly sarcastic remark. Onomatopoeia. Words like woof woof and pounding heart are examples of onomatopoeia, which are words that represent sounds with written characters. Pharisee. He preached morality while being corrupt behind the scenes, and was called a modern-day Pharisee. Prophesy. It is said that ancient shrine maidens used the movements of the stars to prophesy the future of their country. Propinquity. The two of them lived in propinquity or blood ties, and they grew up together as family from a young age. Reliquary. The church's altar houses a beautifully decorated reliquary containing the saint's remains. Soppy. The romance movie was so soppy that I ended up watching it with a critical eye. Votary. He is a devout votary of the philosophy and lives his life faithfully by its teachings. Crossbreed. He crossbred two different plants to create a new disease-resistant variety. Hothead. He is known as a hothead who gets angry easily and starts fights. Nonpareil. Her violin-playing technique can truly be described as nonpareil. TAVO. At a second-hand bookstore he came across a valuable old book, an octavo made by folding a single sheet of paper 3 times. On the go. He is so busy that he always eats breakfast on the go. Rigmarole. The visa renewal process was an incredibly complicated and tedious rigmarole. Rondo. The sonata's final movement was in rondo form, with a lively theme repeated several times. Aureole. The golden aureole painted above the saint's head in the painting creates a divine atmosphere. Archdeacon. In the parish, an experienced archdeacon manages the church and supports the priests. Smartphone. These days you can do everything from shopping to bank transfers with just a single smartphone. Conflict-prone. The region has a history of constant ethnic conflict and is highly conflict-prone. Anthropoid. Chimpanzees and gorillas are anthropoid animals with physical characteristics similar to humans. Disavowal. He denied any involvement with the organization and issued a public statement expressing his disavowal. Fascia. In anatomy, the membrane of connective tissue that encases muscles and organs is called fascia flat edge. Lagniappe. The shop gives out candy at checkout as a small lagniappe for regular customers. Pharmacopoeia. The new drug underwent rigorous screening and was registered in the country's official pharmacopoeia. Hogshead. The brewery was lined with huge hogsheads, filled with large amounts of wine. Kind-hearted. She is a very kind-hearted person who rescues stray cats and finds new homes for them. Armful. He returned to his room with an armful of roses he had just picked from the garden. Domicile. Due to work reasons, he decided to move his official domicile overseas. Gargle. To prevent catching a cold, it is important to gargle with water as soon as you get home. Inconsiderable. He considered the loss inconsiderable and didn't think much of it. Joggle. He was deep in thought as he gently joggled the pen on his desk. Mongrel. The dog is a mongrel with no particular lineage, but is very intelligent and loyal. Model. The old walls had numerous irregular mottles caused by moisture. Non-moral. Scientific facts themselves are non-moral entities that have nothing to do with good or evil. Participle. In English class, we learned the usage of participles, such as present and past participles, which use verbs like adjectives. Quadrangle. In the quadrangle surrounded by the university's old buildings, students are sitting on the grass and chatting. Separable. The parts of this device are separable, so that only the faulty part can be replaced. Wastrel. He is a wastrel who squandered the huge inheritance he inherited from his parents in a short period of time. Monosyllabic. When he's in a bad mood, no matter what you say to him, he only responds with monosyllabic replies like, or, yeah. Gosling. In the pond we saw some cute goslings desperately swimming after their parents. Epaulette. He had his uniform's epaulettes polished to a shine for the ceremony. Archaism. The poem makes extensive use of archaism, an old-fashioned word that is no longer used in modern times. Cryptogram. He cracked a cryptogram published in a newspaper in just a few minutes, which could be solved by rearranging letters. Frolicsome. In the park, frolicsome puppies were playing and chasing each other. Nostrum. He was a con man who sold dubious nostrums that claimed to cure all ills. Blazon. A knight appeared in the square, proudly blazoned the royal crest on his shield. Commutation. Because he was a good prisoner, he was granted a commutation from life imprisonment to a fixed-term sentence. Conformation. Airplane wings have a special conformation that minimizes air resistance. Consonance. His actions are always in consonance with his stated moral beliefs. Deputation. The residents sent a deputation to convey their requests directly to the mayor. Dishearten. Repeated failures disheartened the young man who was chasing his dreams. Parturition. Zookeepers kept a round-the-clock watch as the panda's parturition approached. Propitiation. He apologized for his incompetence and offered expensive gifts as propitiation. Quotidian. He believes that true happiness lies in quotidian chores such as cooking and doing laundry every day. Dominatrix. In the film, a dominant woman, a dominatrix, engages in complex psychological warfare. Continence. For the sake of his health and spiritual training, he observes strict continence with regard to food and alcohol. Omniscience. In many religions, God is worshipped as an omniscient being who knows everything. Somnolence. During the afternoon class after lunch, I was struck by intense somnolence due to the pleasant sunlight. Non-resident. This parking lot is not available to non-residents other than apartment residents. Congruent. His claims are completely congruent with the scientific data and are persuasive. Inconstant. His feelings are inconstant and what he said yesterday is completely different from what he says today. Intoxicant. It is illegal to consume intoxicants such as alcohol before driving. Pop-up. While browsing the internet, I was annoyed by the pop-up ads that suddenly appeared on the screen. Artless. She has an artless personality and expresses her feelings honestly without hiding them. Congruous. His calm demeanor was very congruous with the calm atmosphere of the place. Dolorous. At the funeral, a dolorous melody was played, bringing tears to the eyes of those in attendance. Eponymous. The band's debut album was given an eponymous title. Osseous. New osseous tissue was forming at the fractured site, and regeneration had begun. Parlous. The country's economic situation is extremely parlous and urgent action is needed. Parsimonious. Even after he had amassed enormous wealth, he continued to live a parsimonious life, sparing every penny. Pollinosis. In early spring, many people suffer from pollinosis, an allergic reaction caused by pollen. Rhombus. A rhombus is a parallelogram with 4 equal sides, also known as a diamond. Somniferous. His talk was so boring that just listening to it had a somniferous effect. Squamous. The doctor looked under a microscope and identified squamous cells in the patient's skin tissue. Stasis. The economy has been stagnant and in a state of stasis, neither progressing nor regressing for several years. Oculist. As his vision declined rapidly, he decided to see a specialist oculist. Cravat. To complete his formal attire, he wore a refined silk cravat tie around his neck. Indoctrinate. In that dictatorial state, children are indoctrinated with specific ideologies from a young age. Obdurate. He has an obdurate personality and won't change his mind no matter how much others try to persuade him. Parvenu. He was a typical parvenu who had suddenly become rich and ostentatiously flaunted his luxuries. Bronchus. The bronchus, the tubes that branch off from the trachea to each lung, became inflamed, causing him to cough violently. Taxonomic. Biologists have placed newly discovered insects within existing taxonomic classification systems. Yeah, that's fine. Abacus. Before calculators became common, wooden abacuses were widely used in Japan for performing calculations. Parabola. In math class, we learned about the equation of a parabola, which describes the trajectory of a thrown ball. Metabolize. Our bodies efficiently metabolize the food we eat to convert it into energy. Metabolism. Proper exercise and diet activate the body's metabolism and help maintain health. Cabinet. He installed a new steel cabinet in the office to organize his documents. Sabotage. A disgruntled employee committed sabotage by intentionally breaking the factory's machinery. Habitat. Forest conservation activities are being carried out to protect the natural habitat of that rare bird. Habitable. The abandoned house had been neglected for years, but it is still in a habitable state if repaired. Inhabited. The island has been inhabited by indigenous people since ancient times, and a unique culture has been passed down. Inhabitant. The inhabitants of the island still cherish and preserve their ancient traditional events. Babble. It is soothing to hear a baby babble in incoherent sounds. Dabble. He dabbles in oil painting as a hobby, though not professionally. Rabble. An angry rabble gathered in the square and raised their voices in protest against the government. Scrabble. He scrabbled frantically on the floor in the dark, searching for his dropped keys. Babbling. Listening to the baby's cute babbling makes the whole family smile naturally. Cabin. He left the hustle and bustle of the city to spend the weekend in a small log cabin in the woods. Graben. The geologist investigated the structure of the graben, a depressed block of land formed by faulting. Abbot. When we visited the monastery, the dignified abbot quietly welcomed us. Habit. He has made it a long-time habit to wake up early every morning and go jogging. Inhabit. Many rare lizards that have evolved uniquely inhabit that remote island. Rabbi. In the synagogue, the rabbi interpreted the scriptures and preached deep teachings to the believers. Collaborator. As a collaborator on the study, he was in charge of analyzing the data. Collaborative. The development of this new product is the result of a collaborative effort by engineers from several companies. Collaborate. By collaborating with experts from different fields, a breakthrough technology was created. Flabbergasted. He was flabbergasted with surprise when he heard the news that he had won 100 million yen in the lottery. Flabbergast. She was so surprised by the sudden proposal that she was flabbergasted and lost for words. Labyrinth. Beneath the old palace lies a complex labyrinth that is impossible to escape once you enter. Scabbard. After the battle, the knight slowly returned his wiped sword to the scabbard on his waist. Rabid. He participates in radical activities as a rabid supporter of that political group. Syllabic. To understand English accents correctly, we analyze the syllabic structure of the words. Cohabit. They have been cohabiting in the same apartment for several years without getting married. Abbey. An ancient abbey built in the Middle Ages still stands at the edge of the quiet village. Crabby. Perhaps due to a lack of sleep, he was very crabby this morning, taking it out on everyone around him. Flabby. Because he neglected exercise all winter, he became a bit flabby around the waist. Shabby. The exterior of the old apartment is shabby, but the interior has been surprisingly beautifully renovated. Tablet. The doctor instructed me to take this tablet 3 times a day after meals. Establish. He succeeded in establishing his own company, which had been his long-time dream. Establishment. That old restaurant is known as the most historic establishment in the city. Established. The brand has established its position within the industry through years of trust and achievement. Tabloid. He was reading a tabloid full of scandalous articles on the train during his commute. Abrogate. The new administration unilaterally abrogated the unequal treaty signed by the previous government. Fabricate. He fabricated a story that never happened and reported it to his boss to hide his mistake. Laboratory. In the university laboratory, students are working hard on developing new materials. Elaborate. He devised an elaborate experimental plan to prove his theory. Elaborately. The old clock is elaborately made and continues to keep accurate time even now. Fabric. The fabric used for these curtains has been specially treated to block out light. Fabulous. The piano performance she gave at the party was fabulous, rivaling that of a professional. Constabulary. The peace and security of the village are kept by the local constabulary. Vocabulary. Encountering new words through reading is the best way to increase your vocabulary. Bachelor. He is a bachelor enjoying his single life, immersing himself in his hobby of fishing on weekends. Congratulate. Hearing that a colleague was promoted, all the team members gathered to congratulate him. Statutory. The company introduced a new system to protect the statutory rights of its workers. Hatchet. He swung a sharply whetted hatchet powerfully to split the firewood for the fireplace. Fatuous. He wouldn't admit his mistake and repeated fatuous excuses that were clearly irrational to everyone. Dispatcher. The dispatcher who received the emergency call immediately sent an ambulance to the scene. Stature. He established a high stature in the academic world due to his significant contributions to the field. Naturalization. He loves this country where he has lived for years and obtained citizenship through the naturalization process. Naturalist. The naturalist spent several months in the depths of the Amazon to discover new species of insects. Naturally. It was only naturally that she won the competition after practicing so hard. Natural. It was perfectly natural to everyone that she succeeded after her hard work. Natural. It was perfectly natural to everyone that she succeeded after her hard work. Supernatural. He is interested in supernatural phenomena such as ghosts and telepathy that cannot be explained by science. Unnatural. His unnaturally bright smile gave an unnatural impression that he might be hiding something. Saturated. The market is already flooded with similar products, and demand is completely saturated. Saturate. It rained so hard that just being outside for a few minutes completely saturated my clothes. Matching. She went out today having chosen shoes in a matching color for her new dress. Spatula. I picked up a flat spatula from the kitchen to flip the pancakes. Infatuated. He is completely infatuated with that famous actress and collects all of her works. Infatuate. He became completely infatuated with the beautiful actress and lost sight of everything else. Statute. According to the statute, this act is clearly subject to regulation. Statue. A giant bronze statue honoring the city's founder stands in the center of the park. Radical. To solve social problems from the root, a radical reform that breaks existing frameworks is necessary. Eradicate. International organizations are working together to completely eradicate the terrifying infectious disease from the world. Adequacy. We check the adequacy of the quantity and quality of our stored food in preparation for a disaster. Adequate. After intense exercise, adequate hydration is essential to replace lost fluids. Inadequate. His explanation was inadequate and failed to convince all the participants of the meeting. Adequately. Before you start climbing, you should check if you are adequately equipped and knowledgeable. Adamant. No matter how much people tried to persuade him, he remained adamant that he would not change his opinion. Adamantly. No matter how much others persuaded him, he adamantly refused to change his mind. Academy. He was recognized as an authority in his field and elected as a member of the National Academy of Sciences. Additive. Processed foods often contain various food additives to extend their shelf life. Added. Several more chairs were added to the meeting room because the number of participants increased. Adage. The adage "haste makes waste" contains an important lesson even in today's busy society. Paddock. The racehorses were walking calmly in the paddock just before the race began. Addle. Being given too much information at once addled his brain. Paddle. To move the canoe, he vigorously moved the paddle alternately left and right. Saddle. He put the saddle on the horse and prepared for the ride. Straddle. The village straddles the river and is connected by 2 bridges. Addled. His brain became addled by too much information, and he was no longer able to make appropriate judgments. Gladden. The news that she was discharged from the hospital in good health gladdened the hearts of the whole family. Madden. The situation where the computer froze repeatedly, hindering his work, maddened him. Bladder. The doctor checked the condition of the bladder, the organ that stores urine, using an ultrasound. Ladder. He leaned a ladder against the wall to climb up and repair the roof. Inadequacy. He felt the inadequacy of his own knowledge and realized he needed to study more. Nomadic. The nomadic people of the desert live by moving seasonally in search of food for their livestock. Sporadic. Sporadic power outages have been occurring in the area, causing inconvenience to residents. Radically. The spread of the internet has radically changed the way we communicate. Sporadically. It only rains sporadically in that area, and water shortages are a constant concern. Padding. I put padding in the gaps of the box as a cushioning material to prevent the product from breaking during delivery. Gladiator. In the arenas of ancient Rome, gladiators fought life-and-death battles in front of spectators. Foreshadow. The appearance of the eerie crow at the beginning of the story foreshadowed the tragedy to come. Shadowy. A shadowy figure crossed under the streetlight in the park at night. Shadow. The shadow of the tree stretches on the ground. Madrigal. In medieval courts, madrigals sung by several singers without accompaniment were popular. Address. In his speech, he addressed the serious problems facing the local community. Padre. When the soldiers felt anxious in the war zone, they sought peace of mind from the padre accompanying the army. Cadre. A cadre of experienced experts was formed to rebuild the company. Unfathomable. Elucidating the vastness of the universe and its origins remains an unfathomable mystery to mankind. Fathom. I tried to fathom the true intent behind his actions, but in the end I couldn't understand. Gather. Before the storm arrived, the villagers gathered in the square to discuss countermeasures. Lather. I worked the soap into a rich lather and gently washed my face with the fine bubbles. Rather. I would rather live in the quiet countryside than in the city. Affable. The new boss is a very affable person and quickly won the trust of his subordinates. Laughable. His excuse was so unrealistic that it was laughable rather than making me angry. Daffodil. With the arrival of spring, yellow daffodils are blooming brilliantly in the garden. Baffle. The complex puzzle was so difficult that it baffled even experienced mathematicians. Raffle. He won the grand prize, a hot spring trip ticket, in the shopping district raffle. Scaffolding. Steel scaffolding was assembled around the building to repair the exterior walls. Scaffold. The workers assembled a sturdy scaffold using steel pipes to repair the exterior walls of the building. Graphite. Graphite, used in pencil leads, is a very soft mineral composed of carbon. Staffer. The young staffer working in the lawmaker's office leads a very busy daily life. Afferent. In the nervous system, afferent nerves that carry sensory information to the brain play a crucial role. Aphorism. He likes aphorisms that strike at the truths of life in a few words and notes them in his diary. Biographical. The book contains detailed biographical information about the life of a leading 20th century scientist. Geographical. The summit of Mount Everest is located on the geographical boundary between Nepal and China. Graphical. A graphical interface was adopted to clearly convey complex statistical data. Typographical. During the final proofreading before publication, a small typographical error was found where one digit in the address was wrong. Demographic. The company analyzed customer demographic data to narrow down the target for its new product. Geographic. Geographic factors such as mountain ranges and rivers greatly influence the city's development. Graphic. The documentary film conveyed the misery of war through graphic images. Holographic. Using the latest technology, holographic images that project three-dimensional figures in the air become possible. Photographic. He has an amazing photographic memory. Topographic. The hiker confirmed the route relying on a topographic map that detailed the mountain's terrain. Traffic. During the morning commute, the main street is filled with cars, creating heavy traffic. Affix. Before shipping the package, please firmly affix the label to the side of the box. Demographics. The company conducted a detailed study of the area's demographics to predict the demand for the new product. Graphics. Modern games have such realistic graphics that it's like watching a movie. Raffish. He has a somewhat raffish air and enjoys a free-spirited lifestyle. Affluence. The country has achieved rapid economic growth, and its citizens are enjoying unprecedented affluence. Affluent. Many affluent people live in that area, and the streets are filled with a sense of luxury. Saffron. The vivid yellow color of this paella comes from saffron, a luxury spice. Vagabond. He lives like a vagabond, traveling from place to place with nothing but his guitar and no steady job. Diagonal. If you fold a rectangular piece of paper along the diagonal, you get two triangles. Antagonist. At the end of the story, the protagonist faced a final confrontation with his nemesis, the antagonist. Protagonist. As readers progress through the story, they come to sympathize deeply with the feelings of the lonely protagonist. Agonizing. He faced an agonizing decision for days over which path to choose. Agonize. He agonized alone for several days over which path he should choose. Antagonize. It is not a good strategy in business to antagonize others over trivial matters. Antagonism. Due to long historical backgrounds, strong antagonism exists between the two neighboring tribes. Agony. He waited for the ambulance to arrive while enduring the intense agony of a broken leg. Magazine. He buys a specific magazine every month to get the latest fashion information. Baggage. He cast aside his mental baggage of past failures and started a new life. Haggle. He haggled with the shopkeeper at the market during his trip to try and lower the price of a souvenir. Straggle. The teacher hurriedly went to look for a student who had straggled from the excursion line. Bedraggled. Caught in a sudden downpour without an umbrella, he returned home looking bedraggled. Agate. She processed an agate stone with beautiful stripes into a pendant. Maggot. Seeing maggots swarming around the abandoned food waste made him feel strong disgust. Dagger. The museum exhibits a jewel-encrusted dagger said to have been used by an ancient king in rituals. Stagger. He was so shocked by the news that his legs gave way, and he staggered into a chair. Swagger. He walked into the room with a confident swagger, looking full of himself. Staggering. The total construction cost of the project reached a staggering amount beyond ordinary imagination. Haggard. Due to days of working through the night, his face in the mirror looked haggard. Laggard. He is said to be a laggard in the fast-changing IT industry, falling behind in adopting new technologies. Flagging. During the long meeting, his concentration started flagging, and he yawned many times. Lagging. Signs of economic recovery are visible, but improvement in the job market is still lagging. Unflagging. With unflagging enthusiasm, he immersed himself in research to find a cure for the intractable disease. Baggy. He has lost weight recently, so the pants he used to wear have become quite baggy. Shaggy. The large dog was covered in shaggy hair that looked like it hadn't been groomed for months. Brobdingnagian. The skyscraper boasted a Brobdingnagian scale, making the surrounding buildings look like toys. Aggregate. Individual performance is important, but the game is ultimately decided by the aggregate score. Aggravate. Touching the wound too much caused the inflammation to aggravate further. Aggrandizement. The dictator repeatedly invaded neighboring countries for the aggrandizement of his own power. Agriculture. The invention of agriculture made it possible for mankind to settle in one place and build civilizations. Agriculture. The invention of agriculture made it possible for mankind to settle in one place and build civilizations. Coagulation. The physiological phenomenon of blood coagulation is essential for closing a wound. Coagulate. Blood has the property of coagulating when exposed to air to close a wound. Tragedy. The loss of a promising young life in a sudden accident was a great tragedy for the entire city. Flagellate. Some monks flagellated themselves with whips to repent for their sins. Imaginable. He tried every imaginable method, but in the end he couldn't open the safe. Imaginary. The children were playing happily while having conversations with their imaginary friends. Majesty. The giant cathedral possesses an overwhelming majesty and beauty. Magistrate. A local magistrate held a hearing in court to judge minor legal violations. Adjutant. A young adjutant was always by the commander's side to assist with administrative and liaison duties. Agitate. He agitated the labor union members to protest against the unfair dismissal. Agile. The gymnast performed high-difficulty techniques one after another with agile movements. Fragile. This box contains fragile glasswork, so please handle it with care. Imagine. Close your eyes and try to imagine yourself surrounded by a white sandy beach and blue sea. Pageant. As the main event of the Harvest Festival, a colorful pageant was held by people in magnificent costumes. Gadget. He loves new things and quickly buys the latest gadgets to make the kitchen convenient. Graduate. After graduating from university, he started an internship at an overseas company. Undergraduate. He is currently an undergraduate student in the engineering department, learning the basics of robotics. Adjunct. He is not a regular professor but teaches twice a week as an adjunct instructor at the university. Badger. The badger living deep in the forest comes out of its burrow at night to search for food. Exaggerated. His stories are always a bit exaggerated and sound larger than the facts. Exaggerate. He tends to exaggerate stories to make his own achievements seem greater. Menagerie. The eccentric collector's house featured a menagerie of rare animals gathered from all over the world. Magical. Disneyland at night was lit up and enveloped in a magical atmosphere, as if I had come to another world. Magic. He performed a surprising magic trick. Pelagic. Tuna, a pelagic fish, swims continuously across the vast ocean. Tragic. The accident, in which many young lives were lost, was a very tragic event for the entire country. Adjective. To enrich English sentences, it is important to use adjectives appropriately to describe nouns. Gradually. As spring approaches, the time the sun sets has gradually become later. Gradual. It was a gradual change. Graduated. After completing a rigorous apprenticeship, he finally graduated as a top-class chef. Implacable. They do not forgive past mistakes and still harbor implacable hostility. Acolyte. He spent several years as an acolyte to a renowned scholar, gaining experience in his laboratory. Accolade. She was given the highest accolade for her brilliant performance in that movie. Package. A small package arrived. Cackle. The actor dressed as a witch laughed with an eerie cackle. Crackle. The firewood in the fireplace crackled as it burned, warming the room. Shackle. Heavy iron shackles were placed on the prisoner's feet to prevent escape. Tackle. The rugby player made a powerful tackle to stop the opponent with the ball. Faculty. He has an excellent faculty for language acquisition and mastered 5 languages in a short period. Blacken. The smoke from the fire quickly blackened the once white walls of the building. Bracken. At the entrance to the forest, wild bracken was growing lushly. Slacken. As the destination approached, he lowered the sails to slacken the ship's speed. Jacket. I wore a new jacket. Packet. She prepared for the trip by dividing shampoo and detergent into small packets. Attacker. The security guard quickly pinned down the attacker and prevented any damage from occurring. Backer. The startup company succeeded in receiving a large investment from a powerful backer. Hacker. The hacker found a vulnerability in the system and sent a warning to the company. Slacker. He is a typical slacker, always playing around even when the deadline is approaching. Mackerel. He made fresh mackerel simmered in miso for tonight's dinner side dish. Saccharin. Since she is on a diet, she put saccharin in her coffee instead of sugar. Saccharin. His manner was so excessively polite that it gave a somewhat saccharine and unnatural impression. Quackery. Caution is necessary to avoid being deceived by quackery that sells treatments without scientific basis. Placard. Protesters marched holding large placards with their opposing opinions written on them. Backing. With strong backing from influential investors, his startup grew rapidly. Hacking. A large amount of personal information was leaked due to hacking that exploited security vulnerabilities. Brackish. The water near the river mouth is brackish, a mixture of seawater and fresh water. Bracket. In the mathematical equation, I put the numbers in brackets to show the order of calculation. Racket. I couldn't sleep a wink last night because of the terrible racket from the construction outside. Lackey. He is like a lackey who just follows his boss's orders and has no opinions of his own. Tacky. That flashy-colored sign gives a somewhat tacky impression against the historic city landscape. Wacky. He is known as a somewhat wacky inventor who always comes up with eccentric ideas. Acclimate. Right after moving abroad, it took time to acclimate to the climate and culture of the new land. Sacrifice. He continued to work, sacrificing his own time for the sake of his family's happiness. Sacrilege. Entering a sacred place with shoes on is an unbearable sacrilege to people of faith. Acronym. Something like NASA or UNICEF, formed from the initial letters of each word, is called an acronym. Anachronism. In modern business settings, forcing people to stamp paper documents is an outdated anachronism. Alacrity. When asked to participate in the new project, he accepted with alacrity. Acrimony. After a heated discussion, the meeting ended with acrimony toward each other. Acrid. The gas leaking from the factory emitted an acrid smell that stung the nose. Sacrosanct. In that tradition-bound village, the ancient rituals are considered sacrosanct and must never be violated. Aqueduct. The Roman Empire built massive stone aqueducts to carry water from distant mountains to the cities. Aquifer. The aquifer deep underground is protected as a valuable source of drinking water. Aquaculture. Environmentally friendly aquaculture is actively practiced in this region. Evacuate. As a massive typhoon was approaching, residents in coastal areas evacuated to shelters on higher ground. Miraculous. He met with a terrible accident but made a miraculous recovery and returned to society. Spectacular. From the mountain top, we could enjoy a spectacular view of the setting sun. Vernacular. He explained it using the vernacular spoken by local people daily, rather than academic terms. Accuracy. In scientific experiments, the accuracy of data is one of the most important factors. Accurate. In scientific experiments, accurate data is essential to obtain reliable results. Inaccurate. The report contains some inaccurate data and needs to be corrected. Accurately. Thanks to the weather forecast accurately predicting the typhoon's path, damage was kept to a minimum. Vacuous. His response lacked substance and was merely a vacuous smile. Immaculate. Her room is always kept in immaculate condition, without a single speck of dust. Vacuum. Outer space is close to a vacuum, a state where almost no matter exists. Gala. On the final day of the film festival, a gala was held, bringing together stars dressed in glamorous gowns. Alabaster. Her skin was as white and beautiful as a smooth alabaster sculpture. Fallible. Every human being is fallible, and it is difficult to demand perfection. Infallible. He believes his judgment is always right and thinks of himself as infallible. Alibi. The police investigated the suspect's alibi, but could not confirm his whereabouts at the time of the incident. Caliber. He is recognized as a pianist of international caliber. Calibrate. To obtain accurate measurement results, I calibrated the precision measuring instrument before starting the experiment. Validate. Before officially announcing the new discovery, the scientist repeated the experiment many times to validate the results. Malady. He has suffered for years from a mysterious malady and has visited many hospitals. Malefactor. The police are gathering eyewitness information to identify the malefactors disturbing the peace of the city. Analogous. The function of a CPU, often called the computer's brain, is analogous to the functions of the human brain. Allegory. The novel is an allegory that criticizes social corruption through the actions of animals. Analogy. To make complex scientific theories easier to understand, he explained using an analogy with a familiar example. Allocate. The company properly allocated the limited budget according to the importance of each department. Alimony. The court ordered the husband to pay a large amount of alimony to support life after the divorce. Analysis. The economist performed an analysis of current market trends using the latest statistical data. Dialysis. Patients with reduced kidney function need to undergo regular dialysis to purify their blood. Paralysis. He faced the harsh reality of paralysis of the lower body due to nerve damage from the accident. Psychoanalysis. He decided to undergo psychoanalysis by an expert to resolve the trauma deep within his heart. Fallacy. The idea that money brings happiness might be a fallacy in some aspects. Palatable. Although the dish looks unique, I was surprised that the taste is very palatable. Unpalatable. The company announced the unpalatable fact of a pay cut to the workers. Abnormality. The doctor reported that a slight abnormality was found in his heart as a result of the detailed examination. Actuality. His story seems hard to believe at first, but investigations revealed that it is based on actuality. Brutality. The movie depicted the brutality of war without hiding anything, giving the audience a strong shock. Confidentiality. In business-to-business transactions, confidentiality to prevent information leakage is very important. Fatality. Fortunately, there were no fatalities in the accident that occurred at that intersection. Finality. I sensed a strong sense of finality in his words and realized that further negotiation was impossible. Formality. The agreement has already been reached in substance, and today's signing ceremony is a mere formality. Frugality. He doesn't waste money for the sake of the future and lives with frugality as his motto. Generality. His explanation remained in generality, and no concrete solution was in sight. Geniality. Thanks to his natural geniality, he can quickly break the ice even with people he meets for the first time. Homosexuality. In many modern societies, legislation is progressing to respect diverse sexual orientations, such as homosexuality. Hospitality. Thanks to the warm hospitality of the hotel staff, I had a wonderful vacation. Legality. The lawyer carefully investigated the legality of the new business model. Liberality. He doesn't hesitate to give back his wealth to society, and his liberality is well known to many. Locality. That agricultural product is a rare variety that grows only in a specific locality. Mentality. To build a winning team, it's necessary to cultivate a strong mentality as well as skills. Morality. To maintain social order, not only laws but also individual morality is essential. Mortality. We must not forget that all humans are subject to mortality. Municipality. The local municipality is seeking residents' opinions for the construction of a new library. Nationality. The soccer team has players of various nationalities, making it very international. Neutrality. It is extremely difficult to maintain neutrality in order to keep an impartial position in a conflict. Partiality. Teachers should avoid unfair partiality, such as favoring only certain students. Practicality. While aesthetic beauty is important, practicality cannot be ignored since it is used as a tool. Reality. Chasing ideals is important, but sometimes it's necessary to face harsh reality and create a plan. Sensuality. The perfume mixes the scents of jasmine and vanilla, exuding a unique sensuality. Sexuality. In modern society, efforts are progressing to respect diverse sexuality and eliminate discrimination. Vitality. She has undiminished vitality even in her 80s and still continues to jog every day. Ballad. The singer performed a beautiful ballad about the pain of love with great feeling. Palette. He looked unwell, with a pallid complexion and a lack of energy. Salad. For health, I make it a point to eat a salad with fresh lettuce and tomatoes at every meal. Valid. The expiration date for this coupon is the end of this month, after which it will no longer be valid. Challenged. Despite his physical handicaps, he challenged many difficulties with an indomitable spirit. Galaxy. Looking up at the night sky, a giant galaxy made of countless stars was shining beautifully. Calumny. He lost his political position due to groundless calumny from his rivals. Gallon. At gas stations in the United States, fuel quantities are displayed in gallons rather than liters. Talon. The eagle gripped its prey firmly with its powerful talons and carried it away to its nest. Calendar. He entered all his meeting schedules into his smartphone calendar, so he wouldn't forget. Talented. She has been extremely talented in the field of music since she was a child, and her future looks very promising. Challenge. He is taking on a new challenge. Balance. Keeping a balance between work and private life is essential for maintaining health. Imbalance. Correcting the imbalance in educational resources between regions has become an urgent task for the government. Balanced. To maintain health, a balanced diet and moderate exercise are essential. Gallant. He showed a gallant act by jumping into the sea during a storm to rescue a drowning child. Talent. She has displayed a talent for music since childhood and has won numerous competitions. Gallop. At the rider's signal, the horse began to gallop across the meadow at full speed. Callous. He is a callous man who would say they got what they deserved about homeless people. Callous. Because he practices guitar every day, a hard callus has formed on his fingertips. Malice. He continues to harbor a quiet but deep malice toward the person who betrayed him. Palace. Around the magnificent palace where the royal family lives, gardens with beautiful fountains stretch out. Callousness. His indifferent attitude toward the suffering of the disaster victims gave an impression of callousness to those around him. Ballast. To maintain the ship's stability, ballast is loaded into the bottom of the hull as a weight. Ballot. On election day, voters wrote the names of their preferred candidates and dropped their ballots into the box. Palate. The complex flavor of the wine satisfied even the palate of an experienced wine connoisseur. Palette. The painter mixed colors on his palette to create the subtle hues of the sunset. Pallet. In the warehouse, large amounts of cargo were placed on wooden pallets and moved by forklifts. Ally. The two countries formed a military alliance to face a common enemy and became encouraging allies to each other. Valor. He was awarded the highest medal in recognition of his outstanding valor on the battlefield. Gallery. I went to a new art gallery on the weekend. Salary. By taking on a responsible position at the new company, he began to earn a higher salary than before. Allergy. He has a severe buckwheat allergy and always carefully checks the ingredients when eating out. Invalidate. Since it was discovered that there was no signature on the contract, the entire document was invalidated. Bestiality. In civilized society, acts such as animal cruelty or bestiality are strictly forbidden. Criminality. To lower the crime rate in that area, the environment that fosters criminality among youth should be improved. Immortality. Ancient kings were desperate to gain immortality by searching for elixirs of eternal youth. Impartiality. Judges are required to have impartiality, making decisions based solely on evidence without being influenced by personal feelings. Individuality. Even when wearing uniforms, many students try to express their individuality through accessories and hairstyles. Originality. That work has wonderful originality. Personality. Her bright and sociable personality is positively changing the atmosphere of the entire team. Plurality. In the election, although he didn't reach a majority, he was elected by gaining a plurality of votes. Principality. Monaco is one of the smallest countries in the world, and is a principality ruled by a sovereign prince. Punctuality. The punctuality of Japanese railways is world famous, and even a delay of a few minutes results in an apology. Rationality. His strength lies in his rationality, making conclusions based on logical data rather than emotions. Speciality. The restaurant's speciality is paella made with fresh local seafood. Technicality. He took advantage of a minor legal technicality to advance the trial in his favor. Italic. To emphasize specific words in the text, those parts were written in italics. Talisman. She wears an old pendant passed down from her grandmother as a talisman, wishing for safety on her journey. Mallet. He swung a large wooden mallet powerfully to drive the tent pegs into the ground. Alley. He walked through a narrow alley off the main street to take a shortcut. Dally. The deadline is approaching, so there is no time to dally any longer. Finale. In the finale of the concert, all the performers gathered on stage for a grand chorus. Galley. The luxury yacht has a spacious galley equipped with the latest cooking utensils. Rally. Citizens held a large rally in front of the city hall to call for the construction of a new park. Tally. The voting ended, and the officials began to carefully tally the votes. Valley. In the deep valley surrounded by mountains, There is a small river with crystal clear water. Malleable. Gold is a very malleable metal that can be processed into thin foil. Palliative. Palliative care to ease the patient's pain was prioritized over life-prolonging treatment. Galleon. In the 16th century, large galleons sailed the seas toward Spain, loaded with gold and silver. Retaliate. The government decided to retaliate against the cyber attack from the hostile nation in the form of economic sanctions. Alleyway. To avoid the bustle of the main street, he ducked into a narrow alleyway between the buildings. Callow. He is still a callow youth with little experience and does not know the harshness of the world. Shallow. The river was so shallow that we could take off our shoes and wade across. Tallow. Before petroleum became common, candles made from tallow, derived from cow or sheep fat, were used. Hallowed. For centuries, the old temple has been cherished by local people as a hallowed place. Gallows. In the past, wooden gallows were set up in that square for executing criminals. Fallow. Letting farmland lie fallow for a few years can restore the fertility of the soil. Alloy. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin, making it harder and more durable than pure copper. Revaluate. As the market environment changed dramatically, the management decided to reevaluate their existing business model. Retaliatory. In response to the tariff hike, the other country decided to take similar retaliatory measures. Salutary. This failure served as a salutary lesson to prevent him from making big mistakes in the future. Battalion. A powerful infantry battalion was sent to the front lines to stop the enemy's fierce onslaught. Medallion. He was awarded a large gold medallion to be worn around his neck in recognition of his achievements. Stallion. On the ranch, a stallion with a powerful and beautiful coat was running around proudly. Panorama. From the mountain top, we could enjoy a wonderful panorama with a 360-degree view of the entire city. Flammable. This spray can contain flammable gas, so caution around open flames is necessary. Inflammable. Since gasoline is a highly inflammable liquid, it is dangerous if mishandled. Ramify. The company's new policy ramified in complex ways, affecting the operations of many departments. Camouflage. The soldiers used camouflage to blend in with the surrounding landscape to avoid being spotted by the enemy. Family. He treasures his family. Stamina. To complete a full marathon, you need not only strong mental power but also sustained stamina. Contaminant. As a result of the inspection, harmful contaminants exceeding the standard levels were detected in the factory's wastewater. Laminate. I laminated the surface of the important certificate with plastic film to prevent dirt and scratches. Examiner. The examiner watched the whole classroom strictly to see if any students were cheating. Contaminated. The river water was contaminated by industrial waste, and many fish died. Contaminate. Toxic substances discharged from the factory severely contaminated the water of the nearby river. Defamatory. You must not post defamatory content on the internet that harms another person's reputation. Inflammatory. The politician's inflammatory remarks ignited the anger of his supporters. Diameter. In math class, we learned that the diameter of a circle is twice its radius. Parameter. The scientists carefully set each parameter to keep the experimental conditions constant. Amateur. He took amazing photos that went beyond the amateur level and won a prize in a contest. Calamity. The sudden flood became a calamity that brought immense damage to the quiet village. Amazon. She has a strength like the Amazon, the fierce female warrior from Greek mythology. Damage. The car suffered severe damage in the accident. Camel. In desert travel, the camel, which can walk long distances without water, is the most important means of transport. Mammal. Whales and dolphins look like fish, but they are actually mammals that breathe with lungs and raise their young. Trammel. He broke through the trammels of the organization's old customs and carried out new reforms. Famine. The prolonged drought destroyed the crops, and the region was struck by a severe famine. Re-examine. The investigation team decided to re-examine the past case following the discovery of new evidence. Gamut. Her performance expressed the full gamut of emotions, from deep sadness to explosive joy. Mammoth. A mammoth budget and a vast number of personnel were poured into the construction project. Clamor. A loud clamor of opposition rose from the citizens against the sudden tax hike proposal. Enamor. He was completely enamored by the delicate craftsmanship of that beautiful artifact. Glamour. She admired the unique glamour exuded by Hollywood movie stars. Glamour. The luxury brand's advertisement suggests a lifestyle full of glamour. Grammar. To master English accurately, it is essential to correctly understand grammar as well as vocabulary. Slammer. After breaking the law many times, he was finally sent to the slammer. Stammer. He has a habit of stammering when he gets extremely nervous and finds it hard to speak. Camera. I took a photo with my new camera. Cameraman. The cameraman followed the subject carefully through the lens so as not to miss the best moment. Amorous. He kept sending her amorous glances and continued to approach her actively. Glamorous. She walked the red carpet with a glamorous aura, just like a movie star. Amortize. The company decided to amortize the cost of introducing expensive equipment over several years based on its useful life. Enamored. He was completely enamored with the scenery of that beautiful garden. Damaging. For a company, covering up a scandal is a highly damaging act to its brand image. Amicable. They decided to divorce but are maintaining an amicable relationship for the sake of their children. Amity. A treaty was signed to end the long-standing conflict between the two countries and pledge eternal amity. Ceramic. She attends a pottery class as a hobby and made ceramic plates she designed herself. Dynamic. Thanks to his dynamic leadership, the project accelerated all at once. Panoramic. From the observation deck, we enjoyed a panoramic view of the entire city. Aerodynamics. In the design of sports cars, aerodynamics to reduce air resistance is extremely important. Dynamics. He is a social psychologist who studies the dynamics of human relationships within groups. Examine. The doctor examined the condition of the bones in detail, using X-rays to identify the cause of the symptoms. Damning. The police found damning evidence indicating the suspect's involvement in the crime. Whammy. The household budget was hit by a double whammy of rising prices and tax hikes. Cameo. A delicate antique cameo featuring a woman's profile shown on her chest. Amulet. He carries an old coin given to him by his mother as an amulet, praying for safety on his journey. Panoply. The museum exhibits a panoply of various weapons from ancient to modern times. Cannabis. In some countries and regions, the use of cannabis for medical purposes is beginning to be legally recognized. Manifest. His anger was manifest in his trembling voice and grim expression, even without words. Manifold. The applications of this new technology are manifold, and it is expected to be utilized in various industries. Anagram. Rearranging the letters of listen to get silent is a famous example of an anagram. Manager. As the project manager, she constantly keeps track of the team's progress. Managing. As a managing director running a large team, he makes important decisions. Analyst. The market analyst predicted the future trends of stock prices based on the current economic situation. Analog. Even now that digital clocks are mainstream, he prefers using an analog watch to feel the passage of time through the hands. Analyze. Scientists analyze the vast amount of data obtained from the experiment to prove the correctness of their hypothesis. Animal. He likes animals. Magnanimous. He showed a magnanimous attitude by sincerely congratulating his rival on his success. Unanimous. Unanimous approval was obtained from all board members for the start of the new project. Unanimously. The committee unanimously passed the proposal, and the new project was set to start. Animate. He told his adventure stories in an animated tone, using many gestures. Inanimate. It is his habit to treat inanimate objects like stones or desks as if they have feelings. Animated. In the latter half of the meeting, when a new idea was proposed, an animated discussion began among the participants. Canopy. The green canopy formed by overlapping forest trees blocks out the strong sunlight. Canister. I put the coffee beans in a metal canister that could be sealed to take on the camping trip. Explanatory. The manual contains detailed explanatory diagrams so that even beginners can understand. Planetary. Scientists are investigating planetary environments on celestial bodies other than Earth where life can exist. Janitor. Early in the morning, the school janitor was carefully cleaning the hallways. Annotate. To deeply understand the textbook, he annotated the important passages with his own words. Insanity. That reckless plan was thought by those around him to be close to insanity. Sanity. Amidst his heavy workload, he tried to maintain his sanity through his hobby of gardening. Vanity. He has strong vanity regarding his appearance and sometimes spends hours in front of the mirror. Manage. He managed his busy schedule well and finished all tasks within the deadline. Management. He is involved in the management of the company. Anecdote. He shared a funny anecdote at the beginning of his speech to relax the audience. Annul. The court annulled the election results, citing serious procedural flaws. Channel. He changed the television channel. Panel. A panel of experts gathered to exchange views on the new energy policy. Annulment. Because a serious flaw was found in the contract, the lawyer formally filed for its annulment. Annals. His great discovery will be forever etched in the annals of scientific history. Canon. That work is included in many university textbooks as a canon of modern literature. Granite. Very hard and durable granite is used for the exterior walls of that historical building. Planet. Earth is the only planet in the solar system confirmed to support life. Annex. Since the university library became cramped, a new annex was built on the adjacent lot. Banner. A large banner announcing the grand opening sale was hung at the entrance of the store. Manner. He always treats others in a polite manner, no matter how busy he is. Manor. The historic manor is currently open to the public as a museum. Planner. As a wedding planner, she helps couples bring their ideal wedding to life. Scanner. He bought a high-performance scanner to convert old photos into digital data. Mannerism. He has a distinct mannerism of touching his nose when nervous, making him easy to identify. Cannery. At the large cannery near the port, freshly caught fish from the morning are processed one after another. Anarchist. The theorist denied the necessity of government and proposed an autonomous society as an anarchist. Anarchy. In the chaos following the government's collapse, the city fell into complete anarchy with no law or order. Mannered. His way of speaking is a bit mannered, giving a somewhat unnatural impression. Manageable. Even a huge number of tasks can become a manageable amount if you divide them into small pieces. Botanical. Over the weekend, I visited the National Botanical Garden where rare tropical plants are on display. Mechanical. The watch doesn't use batteries. It operates solely on a mechanical system of springs and gears. Tyrannical. The citizens rose up against the tyrannical dictator who suppressed freedom and ruled through fear. Animus. A strong animus stemming from past troubles still exists between the two. Sanitary. To maintain public health, a sanitary environment is always required at the market. Christianity. To deeply understand European history and culture, the influence of Christianity cannot be ignored. Humanity. He was a commander with true humanity, showing mercy even toward his enemies. Mismanage. The project's budget was significantly exceeded due to the leader's mismanagement. Galvanic. The scientist observed the galvanic reaction caused by contact between different types of metals. Mechanic. Since there was a strange noise from the car engine, I asked a skilled mechanic for an inspection. Organic. For health, I try to choose organic vegetables grown without pesticides. Panic. When the fire alarm went off, the people inside the building fell into a temporary state of panic. Titanic. The merger between those two large corporations was news that sent a titanic shock through the industry. Volcanic. The island was formed by volcanic activity and still occasionally emits smoke. Organically. The community grew organically as people with shared hobbies gathered together. Banish. In the past, the king banished nobles who rebelled against him to distant islands. Vanish. When the wizard waved his staff, the large box in front of him vanished without a trace. Banishment. He was sentenced to banishment for treason, never allowed to step foot in his homeland again. Canny. He is known as a canny investor who never misses even the slightest change in the market. Granny. Every weekend, he goes to check on his granny who lives alone in the countryside. Nanny. She was hired as a nanny to look after the children on behalf of their working parents. Uncanny. He has an uncanny ability to guess the names of people he has never even met. Instantaneous. Using the latest optical communication technology, information exchange with the other side of the world can be almost instantaneous. Piano. She is good at playing the piano. Anode. In the electrolysis experiment, we learned that the electrode connected to the positive terminal of a battery is called the anode. Biannual. This magazine is a biannual publication, with new issues released in summer and winter. Granular. The detergent is in a granular form and is characterized by being easy to dissolve in water. Manuscript. The library of the old monastery houses precious manuscripts written in the Middle Ages. Granule. This instant coffee comes in granules, making it easy to dissolve in hot water. Canyon. Clear water flows at the bottom of the deep canyon created by tens of thousands of years of river erosion. Companion. During his solo journey, he met a like-minded companion heading for the same destination. Annually. A large music festival is held annually in October in this city. Annual. The annual parade was held on the city's main street, as it is every year. Manual. He read the thick repair manual from cover to fix the machine. Banger. That old car was a real banger, making a loud noise every time the engine started. Hangar. Mechanics were inspecting the jet engine inside the massive hangar. Lapidary. A skilled craftsman polished the gemstone beautifully with lapidary techniques. Dilapidated. The old Western-style house has been left untended for decades and is in a dilapidated state, looking as if it might collapse at any moment. Apogee. The empire boasted vast territories and a rich culture, reaching the apogee of its prosperity in the 18th century. Capillary. Extremely thin capillary vessels are spread out like a net to deliver oxygen to every corner of the body. Extrapolate. Scientists extrapolated the future effects of global warming from weather data of the past decade. Apoplexy. He turned bright red with anger, looking as if he were about to have a fit of apoplexy. Capitalist. In a capitalist society, the concentration of wealth is often discussed as an issue of inequality. Capitalize. The company didn't miss this perfect market opportunity and capitalized on it to maximize profits. Capital. London is the capital of the United Kingdom and the center of politics and the economy. Appetizer. Before the main course, a cold tomato soup was served as an appetizer. Appetite. Because he had a fever from a cold, he had no appetite at all, even for his favorite sweets. Decapitate. During the French Revolution, the former royalty were decapitated by the guillotine. Apathy. The apathy of young people toward politics has become a serious problem, and voter turnout continues to decline. Rapid. Technological progress is so rapid that products become outdated after only 6 months. Rapidly. Due to economic globalization, world markets continue to change rapidly. Apple. He makes it a rule to eat a fresh apple every morning for breakfast for his health. Chapel. A small chapel stands on the university campus where students can offer quiet prayers. Grapple. The government is struggling with how to grapple with the long-standing and serious problem of the declining birth rate. Happen. Something no one could have predicted happened, forcing a major change in the plan. Tapestry. A huge tapestry depicting historical scenes was hanging on the wall of the old castle. Clapper. The clapper inside the bell hit the side, and a clear sound echoed throughout the entire village. Dapper. He arrived looking very dapper, wearing a well-tailored suit perfectly. Snapper. He has been casting his rod at the shore since morning, trying to catch a snapper. Wrapper. After finishing the chocolate, he neatly folded the silver wrapper and threw it in the trash. Aperture. By adjusting the camera's aperture, you can control the brightness and blurriness of a photo. Evaporate. The heat from the sun caused the puddles on the ground to gradually evaporate. Capitalism. The economic system of capitalism, which values free competition, became the driving force for promoting innovation. Appetizing. Beautifully plated and very appetizing dishes were laid out on the table. Vapid. His speech was vapid, lacking substance and filled only with commonplace expressions. Trappings. He lives surrounded by the trappings of wealth, such as a luxurious house and cars. Happy. He looks very happy. Scrappy. Although they were a weak team, the players showed scrappy tenacity until the end. Snappy. He always wears snappy clothes and catches the eyes of those around him. Unhappy. He feels very unhappy in his current work environment, where he cannot fully demonstrate his abilities. Happiness. Having been able to open his own shop, which was his long-time dream, he now feels the greatest happiness. Applicable. This discount system is applicable to everyone who can present a student ID. Applicant. Thousands of applicants from all over the world applied for the job at that popular company. Paragraph. The second paragraph of this essay contains the core part that the author wants to emphasize the most. Barricade. The police set up wooden barricades to block off the road. Charitable. She donates to many charitable organizations and contributes to the local welfare. Narrative. The novel depicts a boy's growth using a compelling narrative style. Particularity. He has a unique particularity in how he proceeds with work and does not compromise on details. Caravan. In the past, caravans of merchants with camels used to travel along the Silk Road. Arid. The desert region has an extremely arid climate, and only limited plants can grow there. Barracks. The soldiers lived together in simple barracks located within the base. Apparel. She aimed to work in the fashion industry and got a job at a famous apparel manufacturer. Barrel. In the winery, large oak barrels filled with the finest wine were lined up. Carol. During the Christmas season, beautiful carols sung by children can be heard everywhere in town. Baron. He built a vast fortune in the railroad business and came to be known as a railway baron. Barren. The land was rocky with no vegetation, and a barren landscape stretched for miles. Errant. He refused to admit his mistake and repeated errant nonsense that was clearly a lie to everyone. Garrison. The old fortress houses a garrison of soldiers to guard the border. Carriage. Ancient aristocrats moved about in luxurious carriages drawn by beautiful horses. Barbaric. Ancient history books contain descriptions of the barbaric treatment of prisoners. Barrister. In the British legal system, there is a distinction between a barrister who pleads in court and a solicitor. Parish. He has been active as a volunteer at the church in his local parish for many years. Carry. He carried the heavy luggage by himself and climbed the stairs to the third-floor room. Barrier. A barrier was installed on the highway to prevent vehicle entry. Carrier. The airline is known as an LCC, a low-cost carrier providing cheap fares. Arrow. He drew the bow with all his might and released a sharp arrow toward the target. Barrow. At the construction site, a hand-push barrow is used to transport earth and sand. Harrow. Before sowing seeds, the farmer used a harrow to break up the soil and level it. Arrogate. He arrogated to himself the ownership of the land despite having no legal basis. Impassable. A landslide caused by heavy rain occurred, making the road to the summit completely impassable. Passable. The road surface is frozen from last night's snow, but thanks to snow removal, the road is passable. Ambassador. He was appointed as the new ambassador to deepen the friendly relations between the two countries. Classify. The librarian accurately classified the newly arrived books by genre. Pacify. The police officer tried to calm the raging man and pacify the chaos at the scene. Classified. The documents are strictly classified because they contain important government secrets. Massacre. History textbooks record the tragic massacre of innocent civilians during the war. Masochist. Because he imposes such grueling training on himself, those around him think he is a masochist. Vacillate. He continues to vacillate between the two options, unable to decide which university to attend. Gasoline. The car was almost out of fuel, so I filled it up with gasoline at the nearest station. Asinine. He made such an asinine question during the meeting that everyone around him was exasperated. Fascinated. He was completely fascinated by the mysterious beauty of the aurora he saw for the first time. Fascinating. The documentary introduced the ecology of deep-sea creatures with fascinating footage. Assassinate. Throughout history, many important leaders have been assassinated for political motives. Fascinate. The beautiful architectural style and historical stories of the old castle fascinate the many tourists who visit. Acetate. Acetate, which has non-flammable properties, is used as a material for this movie film. Multifaceted. This complex social issue needs to be examined from multifaceted perspectives, including economy, education, and culture. Audacity. Everyone was surprised by his audacity in directly opposing the president's opinion. Capacity. This hall has a capacity to accommodate up to 500 people. Incapacity. He decided to step down from his current position due to physical incapacity caused by illness. Opacity. The expressions in the document are very vague, and the opacity of the content is a problem. Acid. Lemons and vinegar contain acidic components and have a distinctive sour taste. Placid. She has a placid personality and does not lose her composure no matter what difficulties she faces. Passage. The ship threaded its way through the icebergs and passed through a narrow passage in the sea. Castle. There is an old castle on the hill. Facile. I have to say his argument is a very facile conclusion, based only on superficial facts. Hassle. I hired a professional to avoid the hassle of complicated procedures and paperwork. Tassel. Beautiful tassels made of gold thread are swaying at the edges of those luxurious curtains. Vassal. In the medieval feudal system, a knight pledged loyalty to his lord and was granted land as a vassal. Assassin. In the movie, an unidentified assassin slipped through tight security to approach the target. Fasten. Please fasten your seatbelt securely before the plane takes off. Passenger. When the plane arrived at the destination, the passengers started gathering their luggage all at once. Facet. The problems of modern society are complex and cannot be solved by looking at just one facet. Molasses. Molasses produced during the sugar-making process has a unique flavor and thickness and is used in baking. Bastion. The old castle served for centuries as a strong bastion protecting the city from invaders. Asset. Her language and communication skills are a great asset to our globally expanding company. Exacerbate. By leaving it untreated, his injury was further exacerbated. Lacerate. He deeply lacerated his hand on a shard of broken glass and suffered an injury that required several stitches. Casserole. She made a vegetable and meat casserole in the oven for dinner. Irascible. As my grandfather got older, he became irascible and started getting angry over trivial things. Pacifist. He is a pacifist who opposes armed solutions and actively participates in anti-war movements. Pacifism. He stands firmly against war and maintains his belief in pacifism, rejecting any form of violence. Classical. He prefers listening to classical music, such as Bach and Beethoven, over modern pop. Taciturn. He is a very taciturn person and rarely takes the initiative to speak. Incapacitate. The sudden severe abdominal pain incapacitated him for several days, leaving him unable to get out of bed. Mendacity. His testimony was full of contradictions, and his mendacity was quickly exposed in court. Tenacity. He never gave up no matter how many times he failed, and finally achieved his goal with amazing tenacity. Veracity. The reporter carefully checked the veracity of the testimony to ensure the reliability of the information. Classic. I like listening to classic music. Tacit. There is a tacit understanding between them to help each other without saying a word. Impassive. He remained impassive, not changing his expression no matter how harsh the criticism he received. Massive. Massive concrete breakwaters are built on the coast to prevent high waves. Passive. He rarely voices his own opinions and always takes a passive attitude during meetings. Impassively. He listened impassively without changing his expression while the judge read the verdict. Assay. The scientists performed an assay to determine how much gold was contained in the ore. Chassis. On the car factory line, the sturdy chassis, which serves as the base for the engine, was being assembled. Grassy. Children were running around energetically in the spacious grassy field of the park. Lassie. Old Scottish songs sing of love for a beautiful young lassie. Sassy. She is a bit sassy, but she is a class favorite because of her bright personality. Potassium. Bananas are rich in potassium, a mineral that helps muscle function. Gaseous. Natural gas exists in a gaseous state within geological layers and is transported via pipelines. Basket. She filled a woven basket with fresh apples just picked from the garden. Casket. A small metal casket containing jewels and ornaments was discovered from the ancient ruins. Basketball. It is his daily routine to play basketball. Cardiovascular. To maintain health, exercises that improve cardiovascular function, such as walking, are effective. Aspen. In autumn, the leaves of the aspen adorning the mountainside shine gold and sway in the wind. Aspect. Before starting the new business, he considered every aspect, from market research to funding. Aspirant. Many aspirants dreaming of becoming professional singers gathered at the audition venue. Exasperated. He was utterly exasperated by his subordinate's attitude of not trying to understand no matter how many times he explained. Exasperate. He was utterly exasperated by the attitude of his subordinate, who wouldn't understand no matter how many times he explained. Castigate. The coach severely castigated the players for their lack of preparation after they lost the game. Procrastinate. He has a habit of procrastinating on important tasks, leading to struggles right before the deadline. Metastasize. A detailed examination was conducted to see if the cancer cells had metastasized to other organs through the lymph nodes. Chastity. In many traditional values, chastity has been valued as one of the virtues. Pastime. He considers reading the best pastime and often spends his weekends at the library. Disaster. The massive typhoon that struck the region caused a catastrophic disaster to the infrastructure. Master. After years of training, he finally mastered the skills of traditional craftsmanship. Pastor. Every Sunday, the pastor of the church delivers a sermon based on the Bible to the gathered believers. Plaster. The craftsman carefully applied white plaster to fill the cracks in the wall. Pastoral. The movie depicts a pastoral scene with sheep leisurely grazing in the meadow. Masterful. The pianist performed the difficult piece with masterful fingerwork, overwhelming the audience. Asterisk. A small asterisk is placed as a mark where there is important supplementary information. Mastery. After 10 years of rigorous training, he finally achieved complete mastery of traditional craft techniques. Masterly. The master overwhelmed the audience with his masterly brushwork even in his latest work. Asteroid. Astronomers are constantly monitoring the orbits of asteroids that could potentially collide with the Earth. Masterpiece. The museum exhibits an undying masterpiece by a genius painter representing the Renaissance. Bastard. That word was once used in inappropriate contexts, but now it's sometimes used to refer to a person as a bastard. Ecclesiastical. Beautiful paintings depicting ecclesiastical ceremonies remain on the walls of the old cathedral. Bombastic. The politician's speech lacks substance and was merely a string of bombastic words. Drastic. To prevent the company's bankruptcy, drastic reforms, including staff cuts, are necessary. Ecclesiastic. Many ecclesiastic leaders attended the ceremony at the cathedral. Elastic. This material has elastic properties and can handle intense movements. Enthusiastic. She is very enthusiastic about the new project and works late every day. Fantastic. The night view from the observation deck was fantastic beyond words. Iconoclastic. His iconoclastic attempts to break down existing concepts of art were strongly supported by the younger generation. Monastic. He decided to leave the secular world and lead a monastic life in a remote mountain temple. Plastic. Plastic materials can be molded into any shape by applying heat. Sarcastic. He often speaks in a sarcastic way, which can sometimes offend those around him. Scholastic. He achieved excellent academic results and was presented with a scholastic award from the university. Drastically. The government decided to drastically change the tax system to recover the economy. Enthusiastically. She works enthusiastically in volunteer activities and helps many people. Gymnastics. Every morning, she never fails to do simple gymnastics to maintain her flexibility. Casting. The film's success was thanks to the casting of the lead actor, which perfectly matched the character's image. Fasting. He practiced fasting the night before his health checkup to ensure accurate test results. Lasting. His words left a lasting impression on the hearts of the young people present. Nasty. When he gets angry, he sometimes hurls very nasty words at the people around him. Astronaut. He dreamed of going to space since he was a child and finally became an astronaut after rigorous training. Disastrous. The sudden flood caused disastrous damage to the crops that were nearly ready for harvest. Castrate. On old farms, male animals were castrated to make them more docile or to improve meat quality. Gastric. He complained of gastric discomfort due to stress, and his doctor advised him to lead a more regular lifestyle. International. He studies languages hard every day, dreaming of playing an active role on the international stage. Irrational. Sometimes we feel irrational fears that cannot be explained by logic, such as an excessive fear of the dark. Multinational. The company is a multinational organization with locations worldwide and tens of thousands of employees. National. As a representative of his country, he challenged the international competition with national pride. Rational. Rational thinking, which involves making judgments based on objective facts rather than emotions, is required. Transnational. Modern criminal organizations operate across borders, making transnational investigative cooperation essential. Compassionate. She has a compassionate heart and is always reaching out to those in need. Passionate. He is very passionate about his work and immerses himself in research until late at night. Passionately. He spoke passionately to the young people about his ideal vision of society. Ashen. The moment he heard the terrible news, his face turned ashen, and he was lost for words. Compassion. He has deep compassion for the underprivileged, and has continued volunteer work for many years. Fashion. She always incorporates the latest fashion and enjoys her own unique style. Passion. He has a strong passion for music. Ration. During the disaster, stored food was distributed equally to residents as rations. Nationalist. As a nationalist with strong patriotism, he is dedicated to activities that protect his country's culture. Nationalize. The new government declared its intention to nationalize the oil company, a core national industry. Rationalize. To justify his failure, he tried to rationalize it by blaming the surrounding environment. Nationalism. In the process of the independence movement, nationalism and pride in their country grew rapidly among the people. Internationally. This product is internationally acclaimed for its beautiful design. Nationally. That traditional festival has now become a nationally famous event. Dispassionate. The judge made a dispassionate judgment based on objective evidence without being swayed by emotion. Rationing. During the war, food and fuel were distributed to citizens under strict rationing. Impassioned. He delivered an impassioned speech before the audience to protect endangered animals. Fascist. During World War II, the country was strictly controlled by a fascist regime. Cachet. The luxury brand's logo carries a certain cachet that symbolizes the owner's status. Unabashedly. He unabashedly asserted his opinion without worrying about the eyes of those around him. Crashing. Late at night, a crashing sound like a large object falling echoed through the quiet city. Flashing. In the dark, the flashing red light of the ambulance was clearly visible from afar. Lashing. The ship was tossed by heavy rain and the waves lashing against it relentlessly. Slashing. The company carried out a slashing of its advertising budget to eliminate the deficit. Thrashing. They suffered a historic 10-0 thrashing at the hands of the powerful team. Pugnacious. He has a very pugnacious nature and quickly starts heated arguments over minor differences of opinion. Rapacious. The dictator revealed his rapacious ambition and began invading neighboring countries. Fascism. In history class, we learned about the horrors of fascism, where dictators oppressed citizens and plunged into war. Flashy. He always wears flashy clothes, such as a gold watch and brightly colored suits. Trashy. The magazine dealt only with scandals, and the content was very trashy. Compatible. It turned out that this new software is not compatible with older operating systems. Incompatible. Their personalities are fundamentally incompatible, and they always clash when working together. Gratify. He was greatly gratified to learn that his research results were recognized by scientists around the world. Ratify. The Parliament carefully reviewed the new trade treaty with the other country and finally ratified it. Stratify. The geologist investigated how the geological layers deposited over many years were stratified. Gratifying. It is very gratifying to see one's efforts rewarded with results. Gratified. He felt greatly gratified that his efforts paid off and he passed his first-choice university. Category. It belongs to a different category. Categorize. The librarian carefully categorized the newly arrived books by genre. Strategy. To win the competition in the market, the company developed a new strategy of introducing a breakthrough new product. Grammatical. His English has a rich vocabulary, but small grammatical errors are occasionally seen. Catechism. The children recited the catechism to learn the fundamentals of the doctrine at Sunday school. Cataclysm. That massive eruption became a cataclysm that instantly destroyed the surrounding civilizations. Catalyst. His groundbreaking invention served as a catalyst to accelerate technological innovation across the industry. Catalog. I chose a product from the catalog. Catalog. She looked through the thick product catalog sent from the mail-order site to choose new furniture. Satellite. The Moon is the Earth's only natural satellite, revolving around the Earth. Atomizer. She refilled a small glass atomizer with her favorite perfume to carry it around. Anatomy. Medical students understand the complex structure of the human body through anatomy lab sessions. Catapult. Ancient armies used catapults to hurl massive stones at enemy walls. Caterpillar. I found several green caterpillars on the cabbage leaves in the garden. Stratosphere. Passenger planes often fly in the high stratosphere, where the weather is stable. Fanaticism. Religious fanaticism sometimes triggers extremist actions and brings chaos to society. Attitude. He approaches everything with a positive attitude. Gratitude. She expressed her sincere gratitude to the people who helped her. Latitude. Using this map, you can find the exact latitude and longitude of your current location. Atavistic. Fear of the dark may be an atavistic instinct that humans have held since ancient times. Atavism. Modern children playing by swinging sticks without being taught might be a form of atavism. Battle. Both armies fought a fierce battle. Cattle. Cattle are eating grass in the pasture. Chattel. In legal terms, portable property other than land or buildings is called chattel, and is distinguished accordingly. Prattle. She continued to prattle on endlessly with the person next to her about the drama she watched yesterday. Rattle. The baby wouldn't stop crying, so I shook a toy rattle to soothe them. Battlefield. The battlefield where many soldiers fought for their country has now become a peaceful park. Rattlesnake. While walking in the desert, I heard the warning sound of a rattlesnake coming from the bushes. Atom. Understanding the structure of the atom, the smallest unit that makes up matter, is fundamental to modern physics. Datum. The scientists carefully recorded each datum obtained through the experiment. Stratum. Upon investigating the geological layers, fossils from tens of millions of years ago were found in a specific stratum. Batten. As the storm approached, the sailors battened down the hatches to prevent flooding. Fatten. Farmers feed their livestock highly nutritious feed to fatten them up in the months before shipping. Satin. She attended the party wearing a satin dress with a glossy and smooth texture. Patent. He promptly applied for a patent to prevent others from imitating his invention. Patently. His claim is patently false when compared with objective facts. Apparatus. A complex apparatus for measuring gas components is installed in the science laboratory. Gratis. Refreshments and drinks were provided gratis to the participants of the event. Lattice. A wooden lattice is attached to the garden fence for climbing plants to grow on. Status. In recognition of his years of achievement, he solidified his social status within the organization. Dissatisfy. Many residents felt deeply dissatisfied with the inadequate explanation and the unilateral decision. Satisfy. The food at the new restaurant exceeded expectations in both taste and portion, fully satisfying the customers. Dissatisfied. The customer seemed dissatisfied with the low quality of the service provided. Satisfied. He is fully satisfied with the conditions of his new job and works with motivation every day. Satire. The comic criticizes modern social issues using sharp satire. Batter. To make pancakes, I mix flour and eggs in a bowl to create a smooth batter. Chatter. The classroom during recess was filled with the students' lively chatter. Clatter. As the carriage passed along the cobblestone road, the wheels made a loud clatter. Flatter. He tried to get in his boss's good graces by flattering him with insincere compliments. Latter. Two plans were presented, and I thought the latter was more realistic. Matter. No matter how small the issue, examining it without overlooking anything is the key to success. Patter. He fell asleep listening to the patter of rain hitting the roof in the middle of the night. Scatter. He scattered breadcrumbs in the park square to feed the birds. Shatter. The glass cup fell to the floor and shattered into pieces in an instant. Splatter. While painting, he accidentally splattered paint onto his shirt. Tatter. The flag, used for many years, had been exposed to the wind and its edges were in tatters. Cataract. My grandmother's vision became dramatically clearer after she had surgery for cataracts. Bilateral. The leaders of both countries agreed to hold bilateral talks to resolve trade issues. Collateral. To secure a large loan from the bank, he offered his real estate as collateral. Lateral. He moved to another department in a lateral transfer without a promotion. Multilateral. Global challenges like global warming require a multilateral framework where many nations cooperate. Unilateral. The unilateral declaration of war made without agreement from the other country was condemned by the international community. Satirize. The satirical cartoon sharply satirizes the contradictory words and actions of modern politicians. Saturday. He finishes a week's worth of shopping on Saturday mornings and relaxes in the afternoon. Flattering. He showered his boss with flattering words, aiming for a promotion. Smattering. Having lived in Italy, he has a smattering of the language for daily conversation. Battery. His smartphone battery was about to run out, so he hurried to find a charger. Flattery. He spouted insincere flattery to his boss in order to get promoted. Fraternize. During the war, soldiers were strictly forbidden from fraternizing with enemy troops. Battered. The old hut had been through years of storms, so the walls were in a battered state. Scattered. Fallen leaves are scattered on the ground. Pattern. The cloth has an interesting pattern. Indefatigable. She continued her research with an indefatigable spirit and finally made a new discovery. Strategist. As a military strategist, he devised a clever plan to achieve victory with minimal casualties. Fanatically. He fanatically supports that idol group and collects all their merchandise. Fanatical. He is a fanatical fan of that movie series and collects all the related merchandise. Mathematical. It is a complex mathematical problem. Sabbatical. The university professor used a one-year sabbatical to focus on writing at an overseas research institution. Matinee. A matinee starting in the early afternoon was held for elderly people who find it difficult to go out at night. Platitude. His speech was filled with platitudes I'd heard before, so it didn't touch my heart. Aristocratic. She comes from a distinguished family, and an aristocratic elegance permeates her behavior. Aromatic. The aromatic scent of freshly brewed coffee drifted through the room. Asthmatic. He can never be without his inhaler to suppress asthmatic attacks. Attic. In the attic of the old house, nostalgic furniture used decades ago lay sleeping under a coat of dust. Autocratic. The leader carried out autocratic rule, ignoring any outside opinions, which invited backlash from the citizens. Automatic. This door opens automatically just by approaching the sensor, which is convenient when you have a lot of luggage. Bureaucratic. The procedures at that government office were very bureaucratic, and I had to rewrite documents many times before getting approval. Charismatic. The politician has a charismatic charm that attracts many people and is increasing his number of supporters. Climatic. Climatic fluctuations caused by global warming are dealing a serious blow to agriculture in various parts of the world. Democratic. To increase organizational transparency, a democratic process where everyone can participate in decision-making is necessary. Diplomatic. High-level diplomatic negotiations were held to ease the tension between the two countries. Dogmatic. He believes his opinion is always right and has a dogmatic tendency to reject criticism from others. Dramatic. At the end of the match, a dramatic turnaround that no one had predicted was waiting. Ecstatic. She felt ecstatic when she heard the news that she had passed her first-choice university. Emphatic. She showed an emphatic refusal toward the proposal, making it clear she was firmly against it. Enigmatic. The murals remaining in those ancient ruins still convey an enigmatic message that remains undecipherable. Erratic. His recent behavior has been erratic, and no one can predict what he's thinking next. Fanatic. He is a fanatic fan of that soccer team and accompanies them to all of their away matches. Homeostatic. Sweating to lower body temperature when it's hot is due to the homeostatic regulatory function inherent in living organisms. Idiosyncratic. His paintings are characterized by a unique sense of color and idiosyncratic brushwork. Once seen, they are unforgettable. Melodramatic. She grieved over a minor failure as if it were the end of the world, showing a somewhat melodramatic reaction. Monochromatic. She does not like flashy colors and prefers monochromatic outfits based on grays and blacks. Pancreatic. When pancreatic function declines, issues such as indigestion or abnormal blood sugar levels can occur. Pneumatic. In the factory, pneumatic tools using compressed air were operating with a loud noise. Pragmatic. Instead of running toward idealism, it is important to find a pragmatic solution that fits reality. Problematic. Some problematic points regarding security were found in the introduction of the new system. Psychosomatic. His severe headache was a psychosomatic symptom caused by excessive psychological stress. Schematic. He explained the complex engine structure with a schematic diagram that was easy for beginners to understand. Static. When analyzing market trends, static data without any changes is insufficient. Symptomatic. Recent changes in the consumption trends of young people are symptomatic of the shifting values of society as a whole. Systematic. He organized the vast amount of data systematically and proceeded with the analysis efficiently. Thematic. The photo exhibition is organized with a thematic consistency centered on urban loneliness. Traumatic. The accident he experienced as a child remains a traumatic memory that he still cannot forget. Automatically. The door opened automatically in response to the sensor. Dramatically. With the introduction of new technology, the factory's productivity improved dramatically. Emphatically. He emphatically denied any involvement in the allegations. Systematically. The scientists systematically organized the experimental data and derived a certain law from it. Mathematics. She majors in mathematics at university. Fatty. For health reasons, I try to avoid fatty foods such as fried items. Natty. He always pays attention to his appearance and arrived today in a natty suit. Patio. On summer nights, the family went out to the patio to enjoy dinner while feeling the cool breeze. Attribute. He attributed the team's success to the unceasing efforts of all its members. Atrophy. If you live in bed for a long time, the unused muscles will gradually atrophy. Matrimony. The two made the vows of holy matrimony while receiving blessings from family and friends. Patrimony. The old manor and vast land are a precious patrimony he inherited from his father. Patronage. The artist received patronage from a local influential person and focused on his creative activities. Fratricide. Ancient myths often depict tragedies of fratricide, where brothers kill each other over the throne. Theatrical. When she gets emotional, she sometimes makes almost intentionally theatrical gestures. Geriatric. As the population ages, the importance of geriatric medicine, which specializes in the health of the elderly, is increasing. Pediatric. My child suddenly developed a fever, so I took them to a nearby pediatric clinic. Psychiatric. He is studying psychiatric expertise to help people with mental illnesses. Pediatrics. She wants to become a doctor in pediatrics in the future to protect children's health. Pathogen. The doctor performed a test to detect a specific pathogen from the patient's blood to identify the cause of the infection. Anathema. To him who values freedom, the installation of surveillance cameras that invade personal privacy was an anathema. Psychopathic. The villain in the movie was depicted as having a cold, psychopathic personality with no empathy for others. Homeopathy. Seeking natural treatments with fewer side effects, he became interested in the alternative medicine known as homeopathy. Cathode. In a vacuum tube, the negative electrode from which electrons are emitted is called the cathode. Navigable. The river is deep and remains a navigable route even for large cargo ships. Extravagance. He won a large sum of money in the lottery, but he quickly used it all up due to his excessive extravagance. Extravagant. After winning a large amount of money in the lottery, he led an extravagant lifestyle, buying luxury cars and jewelry. Navigation. Before the advent of GPS, sailors performed complex navigation by relying on the positions of the stars. Navigator. Ancient navigators relied on the stars in the night sky to determine the direction the ship should go. Navigate. The sailors used the latest radar equipment to safely navigate the foggy waters. Clavicle. He collided heavily during a rugby match and fractured his clavicle. Avalanche. A massive avalanche on the snowy mountain collapsed with fierce momentum toward the village at the foot. Javelin. He threw the javelin far with a powerful form in the track and field event. Traveler. For a traveler journeying around the world, interacting with local people is the greatest pleasure. Ravenous. He hadn't eaten anything all day, so he was ravenous when he arrived at the restaurant. Avenue. High-end boutiques and restaurants line both sides of the avenue. Travesty. The outcome of that unfair trial was criticized as a terrible travesty of justice. Lavatory. Inside the airplane, there is a functional lavatory that makes effective use of the limited space. Cavity. Because I ate too many sweets, I got a large cavity in my back tooth. Depravity. The novel vividly depicts the depravity of a man who falls into ruin, obsessed with money and power. Gravity. Newton is said to have discovered the law of the Earth's gravity by watching an apple fall. Avid. He is an avid reader who finishes at least 10 books every month. Savage. The movie depicts contact with a savage tribe living in an uncivilized land cut off from civilization. Havoc. The sudden spread of the computer virus wreaked havoc on networks around the world. Gavel. When the judge struck the gavel, the courtroom fell silent instantly. Gravel. The park pathway is covered with white gravel, making a pleasant sound with every step. Revel. The yarn began to revel so much that I had to pause my knitting. Travel. He travels all over the world during his vacations to experience new cultures. Unravel. Through the police's steady investigation, the truth of the complex case finally began to unravel. Traveling. He is traveling all over the world for work, spending half of the year abroad. Cavalcade. A cavalcade of knights in colorful costumes moved slowly down the city's main street. Cavalcade. A cavalcade of knights in colorful costumes moved slowly down the city's main street. Cavalry. The cavalry charged toward the enemy. Lavender. The lavender planted in the garden is blooming with purple flowers and emitting a pleasant scent. Scavenger. Scavengers like hyenas play an important role in maintaining the balance of the ecosystem. Scavenge. Wild animals scavenge for food in the snow-covered forest during winter. Cadaver. Medical students learn the structure of the human body, using donated cadavers in their anatomy lectures. Avarice. His boundless avarice eventually drove him to amass wealth through dishonest means. Average. The temperature this winter was much colder than the annual average. Maverick. As a maverick unconstrained by industry norms, he created one innovative product after another. Cavernous. The underground hall was very spacious, a cavernous area where voices echoed. Cavern. Moving deep into the cave, a massive underground cavern with hanging stalactites opened up. Tavern. The traveler stopped at a village tavern to take a break and have a cold beer. Traverse. The explorers sought the safest route to traverse the rugged mountain range. Ravishing. She appeared in a ravishing dress that took everyone's breath away. Gravitate. People naturally gravitate toward individuals who possess strong leadership and charisma. Ravage. A violent storm ravaged the coastal village, destroying many houses. Lavish. He threw a lavish party to celebrate his success, inviting all his friends. Lavishly. At the royal palace party, dishes using the finest ingredients were lavishly served. Savvy. He has deep knowledge and savvy regarding computers and solved the trouble immediately. Basil. He topped his homemade pizza with fresh basil leaves picked straight from the garden. Dazzle. The diamond necklace she wore dazzled the audience under the spotlight. Frazzle. He was completely frazzled mentally from days of overtime and troubleshooting. Dazzling. She appeared wearing a dazzling dress encrusted with jewels. Chasm. Due to different values across generations, there is an unbridgeable chasm between the parents and children. Spasm. Because he exercised intensely all of a sudden, his leg muscles had a spasm, and he was unable to move. Hazardous. Hazardous substances, such as acidic chemicals, are stored at the construction site. Haphazard. His room is filled with items placed haphazardly, and you can't tell where anything is. Hazard. Wearing a helmet is mandatory because there are many hazards lurking at construction sites. Snazzy. He bought a snazzy new suit that incorporates the latest trends for the party. Casual. Since today is not an official event, casual attire without a tie is perfectly fine. Casualty. As a result of the fierce battle, there were thousands of casualties on both sides. Azure. The cloudless autumn sky was a beautiful, mesmerizing azure. Cab. As the rain got heavier, I hopped into a cab that was waiting at the station rotary. Crab. While walking on the sandy beach, a small crab scurried sideways and hid in a hole. Dab. She gently dabbed her swollen eyes with the corner of a clean handkerchief. Drab. His room is filled with only gray furniture, giving it a somewhat drab impression. Grab. Since he was about to be late, he quickly grabbed a piece of breakfast toast and left the house. Jab. The nurse quickly jabbed the needle into his arm while administering the vaccination. Lab. Scientists are working day and night to develop new drugs in a lab equipped with the latest facilities. Nab. The police brilliantly nabbed the criminal who was trying to escape from the jewelry store right near the scene. Slab. The craftsman cut a large slab of marble to make a base for a beautiful sculpture. Stab. He carelessly stabbed his finger with the tip of the knife while peeling fruit. Tab. I opened a new tab in the browser and searched for information about hotels at my travel destination. Abdicate. The elderly king declared that he would abdicate the throne in favor of the young crown prince. Abject. People in the conflict zone are suffering in abject poverty, without food or shelter. Absolute. The king held absolute power over the country, and no one could oppose his decisions. Absence. No one in the class knew the reason for his long absence. Absent. He was absent from yesterday's meeting due to illness but returned in good health today. Abscess. My gums became severely swollen and painful, and the dentist told me an abscess had formed. Abstinence. To regain his health, he pledged abstinence from alcohol, following his doctor's advice. Crabbed. It was a struggle to decipher the crabbed handwriting in that old letter. Attach. When sending my resume by email, I didn't forget to attach the ID photo data. Batch. The baker lined up the first batch of croissants baked this morning on the shelf. Catch. He brilliantly caught the flying ball with his bare hands and received applause from the audience. Detach. He detached the camera lens from the body and carefully cleaned it. Dispatch. The government immediately dispatched the self-defense forces to rescue people in the disaster area. Hatch. After several weeks of incubation, a cute chick finally hatched from the egg. Latch. Before going out, I checked if the window latch was firmly closed to keep burglars out. Match. He carefully chose the color of his tie to match his outfit for today. Patch. He repaired the hole in the knee of his old jeans with a blue cloth patch. Scratch. He scratched the itchy spot hard and it left a mark. Snatch. The criminal snatched a bag from a woman passing by and escaped on a motorcycle. Thatch. That old village still has traditional houses with thatch roofs made of straw or reeds. Attachment. Various attachments such as wide-angle lenses can be fitted to this camera. Detachment. He investigated the case with objective detachment, setting aside his personal feelings. Attached. I have attached the detailed materials to the email, so please check the contents. Detached. The house is a detached structure, with a large garden serving as the boundary with the neighboring house. Unmatched. His chess skills were unmatched among his peers, and he won the championship with a perfect score. Ad. Ads for the new smartphone are posted everywhere in the city. Add. Adding just a little salt at the end of cooking enhanced the flavor even more. Bad. That was very bad news for him. Dad. Dad came home from work. Fad. That health method was just a passing fad, and a few months later no one was talking about it. Glad. He looked truly glad to be able to see his best friend after a long time. Lad. Though he was still a young lad, he had a firm opinion that put adults to shame. Mad. He was madder than ever because his important plans had been ruined. Pad. He wrote down the idea on a memo pad kept by his bedside so he wouldn't forget. Plaid. She went out on a cold winter day wearing a warm plaid skirt. Sad. He had a very sad look on his face because the trip he was looking forward to was cancelled. Scad. At the market, freshly caught fish from this morning were piled up in scads. Gadfly. He is like a gadfly, constantly and severely questioning government corruption. Padlock. He secured his bicycle to the fence with a sturdy iron padlock to prevent it from being stolen. Badly. He was badly injured in the accident. Gladly. I would gladly spare no effort to help a friend in need. Madly. He fell madly in love with that beautiful woman and couldn't even focus on his work. Admirable. His admirable attitude in facing difficulties impressed many of his colleagues. Admiral. He was promoted to admiral, the highest rank in the Navy, in recognition of his years of service. Tadpole. In spring you can see many tadpoles swimming in the pond near the school. Advocacy. She works hard on environmental advocacy and influences many people. Advocate. As an enthusiastic advocate for environmental protection, he calls for a reduction in plastic use. Advent. With the advent of the Internet, the way we obtain information has changed dramatically. Adversary. He ended up facing his fateful adversary in the finals of the chess tournament. Advertiser. The advertiser launched a new campaign using social media to appeal to the youth demographic. Advertising. The company significantly increased its advertising budget to raise awareness of its new product. Advertise. To widely announce the launch of the new product, they advertised extensively on TV and social media. Adverb. In English class, we learned how to use adverbs, such as quickly and slowly, which describe verbs in detail. Behalf. He delivered a speech at the anniversary ceremony on behalf of the president, who was hospitalized. Chaff. Separating the chaff from the harvested wheat was a job that required patience. Gaff. The fisherman used a sharp gaff to pull the giant fish onto the boat. Gaff. He made a serious gaffe at an important international meeting by making a remark that ignored the host country's culture. Graph. He compiled the numbers into an easy-to-understand graph so that the sales trends from last year could be grasped at a glance. Half. I cut the apple in half. Laugh. Everyone in the venue couldn't help but laugh out loud at his humorous joke. Staff. The hotel staff is very kind. Haphazardly. Documents and small items were stuffed haphazardly into his bag. After. After the movie ended, I discussed my impressions with a friend at a nearby cafe. Hereafter. The beginning of the contract states that the terms hereafter must be observed. Laughter. The entire venue was filled with warm laughter at his humorous speech. Thereafter. He retired in 2010 and has lived a quiet life in the country thereafter. After effect. The medicine cured the illness, but the after effect of severe drowsiness lasted for several days. Afterlife. Many religions teach how the soul is treated in the afterlife. Aftermath. In the aftermath of the fierce storm, fallen trees and power outages occurred throughout the city. Afterthought. His plan seemed perfect, but security seemed like an afterthought. Afterward. They had a heated argument, but afterward they shook hands and reconciled. Afterwards. We enjoyed the movie first, and afterwards had dinner at a nearby restaurant. Crafty. He succeeded in outsmarting his rivals by using crafty tactics. Drafty. The old Western-style house has poorly fitted windows and is very drafty and cold in the winter. Naphtha. Naphtha is an important chemical product, used as a raw material for plastics and synthetic fibers. Halfway. We are only halfway to the summit, but we decided to take a short break and enjoy the view. Aft. The engineer headed aft to investigate the engine trouble on the ship. Craft. The artisan completed the beautiful furniture using the sophisticated craft he had developed over many years. Daft. He made such a daft proposal that the meeting participants looked at each other in disbelief. Draft. He finished the first draft of his thesis and submitted it to his supervisor. Draft. In British pubs, draft beer poured directly from the keg is preferred over bottled beer. Graft. He grafted an apple branch onto another tree to grow a new type of fruit. Raft. They tied logs together to make a handmade raft and went down the river. Shaft. A shaft of sunlight was shining down to the ground through a gap in the clouds. Bag. He packed his travel essentials into a large duffel bag and left the house. Brag. He has a habit of bragging about his new luxury car in front of others, taking pride in his wealth. Drag. She slowly headed to the station while dragging her heavy suitcase across the floor. Flag. The sailor looked through binoculars at the flag flying to check which country the distant island belonged to. Gag. The criminal used a gag on the victim to prevent them from shouting. Lag. This old computer has a few seconds of lag between typing and the text appearing on the screen. Nag. She kept nagging her brother, who wouldn't clean his room no matter how many times she told him. Rag. He cut up an old t-shirt and reused it as a rag for cleaning the windows. Sag. The old bookshelf is sagging slightly in the middle from holding heavy dictionaries for years. Shag. The retro-style living room featured a long-piled shag carpet. Slag. In steel mills, a large amount of slag separated as impurities during the smelting process is discharged. Snag. The project was going smoothly, but it hit an unexpected snag at the last minute. Stag. A stag with impressive antlers was quietly staring at us in the forest. Tag. As soon as he bought the new clothes, he cut off the price tag with scissors. Wag. When the owner came home, The dog greeted them by vigorously wagging its tail. Pragmatist. He is a pragmatist who prioritizes realistic solutions over chasing ideals. Fragmentary. The police tried to identify the suspect by piecing together fragmentary information from witnesses. Fragmented. The old document was poorly preserved, and the content is fragmented, making it hard to get the whole picture. Fragment. The archaeologist carefully excavated a small fragment of ancient pottery from the soil. Quagmire. Political conflicts continue, and the situation has fallen into a quagmire with no solution in sight. Magnify. When the structure of the cells was magnified using a microscope, details invisible to the naked eye were revealed. Magnetism. When a magnet was placed in the sand, iron filings were attracted by magnetism. Magnitude. The magnitude, which represents the scale of the earthquake's energy, was announced. Stagnant. Since the economy is sluggish and no new funds are flowing into the market, it remains in a stagnant state. Magnate. He is known as an oil magnate and has significant influence on the world economy. Magnet. I used a strong magnet to hold a memo on the whiteboard. Dragnet. The police cast a wide dragnet over the surrounding area to corner the criminal. Stagnate. Without the injection of new ideas, an organization's growth will stagnate and lose its vitality. Flagship. The latest smartphone is the company's flagship model, bringing together the best of its technology. Jagged. The glass cup broke and jagged fragments were scattered on the floor. Badge. The police officer presented the shiny silver badge on his chest to prove his identity. Attack. The enemy launched a sudden attack. Back. With strong backing from his friends, he decided to start a new business. Black. He was wearing a pitch-black coat that blended into the darkness of the night. Crack. The intense shaking of the earthquake caused a large crack in the wall of the old building. Flack. The politician's gaffe drew heavy flack from the opposition and the media. Hack. He used a sharp axe to hack away the branches of the fallen tree. Jack. I needed to jack up the car to change the tire. Knack. She has a knack for solving complex math problems and gives the correct answer faster than anyone in class. Lack. His plan is excellent, but he lacks the funds to put it into action. Pack. He packed his necessary clothes into a suitcase for tomorrow's trip. Plaque. A plaque is displayed on the wall of the historic building, indicating that a great poet once lived there. Quack. The ducks in the pond were swimming and quacking loudly. Rack. He put the magazines he had finished reading on the book rack in the corner of the room to organize them. Sack. He bought a large sack full of potatoes from the farmer. Shack. Small wooden shacks for surfers to store their equipment are scattered along the coast. Slack. Due to the economic downturn, there is some slack in the factory's production line. Smack. He smacked his arm hard trying to sweat a mosquito. Snack. Between afternoon tasks, I decided to have a light snack because I felt a little hungry. Stack. There was a stack of books on the library table that he had gathered for his research. Tack. He fixed the poster to the wall with tacks at the four corners so it wouldn't fall. Track. The police tracked the movements of the escaped criminal, using security camera footage. Unpack. Upon arriving at the hotel, he immediately unpacked his bag and took out a change of clothes. Whack. He whacked the ground hard with his cane to drive away the snake hidden in the grass. Backup. You should always keep a backup of important data in case your computer breaks down. Blackout. Due to the heavy thunderstorm, the entire city had a blackout, and traffic lights stopped working. Blackball. He was blackballed from joining the exclusive club by its members due to a past scandal. Actual. His theory is great, but whether it will be useful in actual situations is another matter. Actualize. After years of effort, he finally succeeded in actualizing his dream. Actually. He looked unconfident, but actually he was a very highly capable person. Actuary. An actuary is a professional who uses advanced mathematics to calculate insurance risks and future payments. Fracture. He fell while skiing and suffered a fracture in his leg bone. Fracture. He fell while skiing and suffered a fracture in his leg bone. Manufacture. They manufacture cars here. Manufacturer. The car manufacturer unveiled its latest electric vehicle to the global market. Manufacturing. Manufacturing has flourished in that area for a long time, with many automobile parts factories gathered there. Contractual. As a professional player, he must fulfill all his contractual obligations to the club. Factual. His report excludes subjective opinions and consists only of factual data. Actuate. When the sensor detects smoke, the system is designed to automatically actuate the sprinklers. Crackdown. The police launched a strict crackdown on illegal parking to improve city safety. Backdrop. With the beautiful mountains as a backdrop, the bride and groom shared their wedding kiss. Backfire. The advice I gave with good intentions ended up backfiring and making him angry. Background. She broadened her horizons by interacting with people from diverse cultural backgrounds. Backlog. There was a huge backlog of unprocessed work piled up on the desk after the vacation. Backlash. When the government announced the new tax hike proposal, there was a fierce backlash from the citizens. Lackluster. It was a highly anticipated new product, but its sales were lackluster due to a lack of innovative features. Blackmail. The criminal attempted to blackmail the politician for a large sum of money in exchange for keeping a scandal secret. Acme. He reached the acme of his career in his 40s and won many prestigious awards. Blackness. Due to the power outage, the streetlights went out, and the city was instantly enveloped in deep blackness. Acne. Many adolescents suffer from skin problems such as acne on their faces. Hackney. The Hackney district of London has gained attention in recent years as a creative area. Hackneyed. The movie's ending followed a hackneyed plot that I felt I had seen somewhere before, which was a bit disappointing. Jackpot. He hit a life-changing jackpot on a slot machine at the casino. Backpack. He packed water and food for the hike into his backpack and set off. Taxable. The portion of his annual income remaining after deducting expenses is his taxable income. Accident. You must be very careful about car accidents on rainy days because the road surface is slippery. Maximum. The maximum capacity of this elevator is set at 10 people. Maximize. By managing your schedule efficiently, you can maximize results within a limited time. Vaccinate. To prevent the spread of infectious diseases, the government recommends that the public be widely vaccinated. Laxative. He has suffered from constipation for years and takes a laxative prescribed by his doctor. Axle. Before a long-distance drive, I checked the axle, the central rod supporting the car's tires, for any abnormalities. Maxim. The maxim silence is golden teaches us that sometimes silence is more eloquent than words. Axis. The Earth revolves around the Sun while rotating on its axis. Access. Access to the island by land is only possible during low tide. Flaccid. Since he hadn't exercised for a long time, his muscles had become completely flaccid. Taxi. He took a taxi to the station. Axiom. The saying "time is money" is accepted as a kind of axiom in the business world. Backslide. He started quitting smoking, but he tends to backslide when he gets stressed. Blacksmith. The village blacksmith hammered the glowing red iron and crafted a magnificent sword. Taxpayer. The government should ensure that the taxes collected from the people are used correctly for the taxpayers. Fractional. In the chemical experiment, a fractional distillation method was used to purify the substance. Abstraction. Mathematics is a field of study that moves away from concrete numbers and treats concepts as abstractions. Action. We should take action right now. Attraction. The new attraction at the amusement park has lines that take several hours on weekends. Contraction. We can move our bodies by repeating the contraction and relaxation of our muscles. Dissatisfaction. The residents express strong dissatisfaction with the plans for the new road construction. Distraction. To focus on his exam studies, he put his smartphone in another room to eliminate distractions. Exaction. The dictatorial regime enriched itself through the harsh exaction of taxes from the citizens. Extraction. The dentist performed an extraction of the severely decayed tooth to remove the source of the pain. Faction. The struggle between factions within the party intensified, making the election of a new leader difficult. Fraction. His explanation was only a fraction of the truth. There must be more facts still hidden. Infraction. He was fined for a traffic infraction, specifically, a speeding violation. Interaction. Interaction with people from different cultures is a perfect opportunity to broaden your horizons. Reaction. After administering the new drug, the doctor carefully observed the patient's body for any reactions, such as side effects. Retraction. The newspaper admitted the error in the article and published a formal retraction in the next day's edition. Satisfaction. He finished all his work perfectly and left the office with a deep sense of satisfaction. Transaction. Using the bank's app, you can complete transactions like money transfers online without going to a branch. Actionable. The lawyer determined that the slanderous article contained actionable content. Factionalism. Because factionalism within the party intensified, the deliberation of important bills was delayed. Reactionary. The new policy was criticized as being reactionary, going against the flow of the times. Fractious. The children, exhausted from the long flight, became fractious and wouldn't stop crying. Intractable. He never gave up hope even while fighting an intractable disease. Tractable. The problem seemed complex at first, but it became tractable with expert advice. Practicable. Talking about ideals is fine, but you should first make a realistic and practicable plan. Impractical. The luxurious dress looks wonderful, but it is too heavy to walk in and very impractical for daily wear. Practical. While learning theory is important, it is also crucial to acquire practical skills that are useful in daily life. Activist. As an environmental activist, she leads a petition drive to reduce plastic use. Activate. To start using a new credit card, you need to call a dedicated number to activate it. Distracted. He became easily distracted while studying due to the noise breaking his concentration. Practically. He is very knowledgeable in the field and practically has the same level of ability as an expert. Cactus. To survive in the harsh desert environment, a cactus has a structure that stores a large amount of water in its stem. Malpractice. The lawyer was sued for malpractice for causing damage to the client through improper advice. Practice. To improve at the piano, practicing every day without fail is more important than anything else. Actor. He is a famous movie actor. Factor. A balanced diet is one of the most important factors for maintaining health. Reactor. At the nuclear power plant, a strict inspection was conducted to ensure the safety of the reactor. Factory. At this factory, precise electronic components are produced around the clock using the latest robots. Olfactory. Dogs have an excellent olfactory ability and can track criminals from faint scents. Refractory. The disease is refractory, meaning existing medicines don't work, and the development of new treatments is awaited. Impracticable. The construction plan is impracticable at this point because it is too costly. Tactical. The coach made a tactical decision to significantly change the player positions for the second half. Activism. She threw herself into environmental activism, leading protests and petition drives. Protracted. The border dispute between the two countries shows no sign of resolution, and protracted negotiations are continuing. Climactic. At the end of the story, the audience gasped at the climactic scene where the protagonist and his nemesis confront each other. Didactic. The movie was more of a didactic work trying to teach morality than a piece of entertainment. Galactic. Using a telescope, you can observe distant galactic nebulae and star clusters. Lactic. If you continue intense exercise, lactic acid accumulates in your muscles, and you start to feel fatigue and pain. Prophylactic. Prophylactic measures such as vaccinations were taken to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. Tactic. In the chess match, he secured a victory by employing clever tactics to exploit his opponent's openings. Tactics. The general adopted new tactics that skillfully use the terrain to surround the enemy. Tactile. Braille is a system that allows visually impaired people to read letters using their tactile sense. Exacting. The conductor, known as a maestro, imposed exacting demands on the orchestra. Active. She remains active in local volunteer activities, even after her retirement. Attractive. His proposal was very attractive, offering improved quality while keeping costs down. Inactive. Bank accounts that haven't been used for a long time may be restricted as inactive accounts. Interactive. The museum's exhibits are interactive, allowing children to learn by touching them. Radioactive. Scientists investigated whether any trace of radioactive material was leaking from the site. Reactive. He emphasizes prior measures rather than a reactive approach that deals with problems after they occur. Refractive. Eyeglass lenses are made by utilizing the refractive properties of water or glass to bend light. Retroactive. The application of the new salary system will be implemented retroactively back to January of this year. Actively. It is wonderful for society that young people actively participate in local volunteer activities. Attractively. The package design was revamped to present the product more attractively. Retroactively. It was decided that the new law amendment would apply retroactively to past cases. Attractiveness. The tourist spot combines two forms of attractiveness: historical streets and rich nature. Backtrack. Realizing he was lost on the mountain trail, he decided to backtrack to the junction. Satisfactorily. Despite many troubles, the project was finally completed satisfactorily. Actress. She fulfilled her childhood dream and became a famous actress active in the world of film. Satisfactory. The test results were satisfactory, and he decided on his further education with confidence. Backwash. After the massive ship passed by, its backwash caused the small boat to rock violently. Backward. He stumbled and stepped backward instinctively. Backyard. His pleasure is inviting friends for a barbecue in his backyard on weekends. Fax. Before email became common, fax was the primary means for sending documents. Flax. This cool linen shirt is made from the fibers of the flax plant. Lax. He is somewhat lax with himself and often fails to keep promised times. Relax. I want to relax at home on the weekend. Tax. The government decided to raise the tax imposed on consumers to maintain public services. Wax. He carefully applied a special wax to polish the floor to a high shine. Abstract. He prefers to speak in abstract theories rather than giving concrete examples. Act. He acted quickly and without hesitation to help his friend in a difficult situation. Attract. The beautiful scenery attracts millions of tourists from all over the world every year. Cracked. Due to the earthquake tremors, several small cracks were found in the walls of the building. Detract. His minor mistake does not detract from the overall great achievements of the project. Distract. When smartphone notifications come during study, my attention inevitably gets distracted. Enact. The government enacted new regulations to strengthen environmental protection. Exact. Exact measurement is essential for obtaining accurate results in scientific experiments. Extract. I had to go to the dentist and get a badly decayed back tooth extracted. Fact. To judge whether his claim is correct, we first need to verify the objective facts. Impact. The widespread use of smartphones has had a dramatic impact on the way we communicate. Intact. Although hit by a fierce storm, fortunately, all the roof tiles remained intact. Interact. At the Science Museum, you can learn by interacting directly with the latest exhibits. Packed. The venue was packed with enthusiastic fans hoping to catch a glimpse of the new star. Pact. The two countries signed a historic pact to maintain peace and promote economic cooperation. Protract. The negotiations failed to reach an agreement and were protracted until a resolution was found. React. He reacted calmly and without panic, even when faced with a sudden question. Retract. He admitted that his statement was incorrect and retracted it in a formal setting. Subtract. If you subtract the discount from the total amount, the final payment is calculated. Tact. She spoke with tact and eased the atmosphere that was becoming awkward. Tract. He purchased a vast tract of land in a remote area to run a farm in the future. Transact. Nowadays, you can easily transact business online without going to a bank. Tactful. He succeeded in refusing without hurting the other person's feelings by using a tactful expression. Exactly. What I was looking for were exactly the shoes with this design. Enactment. With the enactment of new environmental regulations, factories were forced to revise their wastewater standards. Canal. On the old canal flowing through the center of the city, small boats carrying tourists come and go. Corral. The cowboys gathered the grazing cattle and kept them in a safe corral during the night. Morale. As the game reached the midpoint, the team's morale surged thanks to the captain's encouragement. Rationale. It is necessary to carefully explain the logical rationale for introducing the new policy to the citizens. Shall. What time shall we meet? Album. She flipped through an old album and immersed herself in nostalgic family memories. Alchemist. Medieval alchemists repeatedly tried through trial and error to create gold from base metals like lead. Alpha. In this wolf pack, the strongest individual that leads the group is called the alpha. Amalgamate. The two small companies amalgamated into one large organization to increase competitiveness. Amalgam. His new musical style is an amalgam of jazz and classical music. Algorithm. This search engine uses a complex algorithm to display the most relevant information. Nostalgia. Opening the old album brings back happy childhood memories, along with a sense of nostalgia. Algebra. In middle school mathematics, students learn the basics of algebra, solving equations using letters like X and Y. Nostalgic. Looking at old photos of my hometown, happy childhood memories return with a nostalgic feeling. Algae. The surface of the pond was completely covered by a massive outbreak of green algae. Alcohol. He does not drink alcohol. Alcoholism. He decided to enter a professional treatment facility to overcome his serious alcoholism. Alkali. In a science experiment, we confirmed that alkali liquids like soapy water turn litmus paper blue. Alchemy. Medieval alchemy began with attempts to create gold from base metals. Balcony. From the hotel room balcony, I could look out over the beautiful sea tinted by the sunset. Talcum. She sprinkled a little talcum powder on her body after her bath to keep her skin smooth. Falcon. The falcon, with its sharp talons and eyesight, dove at high speed when it spotted prey from above. Alcove. The small alcove in the corner of the room is a relaxing place, perfect for him to read. Calculus. Science students take calculus as a basis for studying physics and engineering. Calculated. His cold-hearted actions were all a calculated strategy, designed to maximize his own profit. Calculator. He took a calculator out of his bag to perform complex calculations quickly. Calculating. He is known as a very calculating man who always acts with his own interests as a priority. Calculate. He calculated the cost needed to build a house and went to the bank to discuss a loan. Palpable. There was a sense of tension in the air, and it was almost palpable. Alpine. During the summer, they hiked through alpine meadows where colorful wildflowers were in full bloom. Recalcitrant. The leader struggled to manage the recalcitrant subordinates who refused to follow orders. Calcium. To maintain strong bones and teeth, it's important to consume calcium from dairy products. Halcyon. Since retiring, he has been spending halcyon days in a quiet house in the countryside. Altitude. The airplane is currently flying at a steady altitude of 10,000 meters. Alto. In the choir, she is in charge of the alto part, which has a rich resonance. Altruism. His altruism, helping others without regard for his own benefit, is respected by many. Galvanize. The leader's passionate speech galvanized the morale of the stagnant team. Salvage. After the accident, work began to salvage valuable artworks from the sunken ship. Salvo. A salvo was fired from the cannons lined up in the square to announce the start of the celebration. Invaluable. The friends and experiences I gained while studying abroad are invaluable assets to me. Valuable. Valuable jewels passed down through generations are kept in that safe. Valiant. He took a very valiant action by rescuing a child from a burning building. Valiantly. The soldiers did not run even in the face of an overwhelming enemy army, and fought valiantly until the end. Value. He considers the antique to have historical value and keeps it carefully stored. Evaluate. Investors carefully evaluate a company's financial status and future potential before deciding to invest. Devalue. An excessive increase in the money supply causes the country's currency to devalue. Scalp. He felt very relaxed after having his scalp massaged at the hair salon. Falsehood. He spouted a string of falsehoods completely different from the facts just to protect himself. Valve. By closing the valve on the water pipe, you can completely stop the flow of water. Clam. He went clam digging and caught a bucketful of clams. Cram. He crammed the contents of the textbook into his head overnight just before the exam. Damn. He realized he had forgotten his important keys and muttered damn under his breath. Exam. He studied hard for months and finally passed the difficult national qualification exam. Gram. In the cooking recipe, the amount of salt is recorded accurately in grams. Jam. The roads were in a terrible jam during the morning rush hour, so I was late for the meeting. Lamb. The criminal was on the lam for several months to evade police pursuit. Ram. Ancient armies used huge log rams to break down castle gates. Scam. The police are warning against despicable phone scams targeting the elderly. Sham. His kind attitude was actually a sham to gain his own interests. Slam. She slammed the door loudly in anger and left the room. Spam. So much spam arrives in my inbox every day that I strengthen the filter settings. Tram. I rode a tram that rattled through the old streets of Europe. Amble. On a fine afternoon, they ambled leisurely along the tree-lined path in the park. Gamble. He took a big gamble by starting a new business with all his fortune. Preamble. Before getting to the main point, he gave a long preamble to try and grab the audience's attention. Ramble. His talk was hard to understand as he rambled on without a clear point. Scramble. He was running late, so he ate breakfast quickly and scrambled out of the house. Shamble. He was exhausted and shambled home with a dragging gait. Gambling. He got hooked on gambling and ran up a large debt in a short period. Shambles. After the wild party, the living room was in a complete shambles, with nowhere even to step. Amber. The old accessory uses beautiful amber, which is resin that hardened tens of millions of years ago. Clamber. The children clambered over the rocks looking for seashore creatures. Hamburger. He ate a voluminous hamburger with a thick patty and cheese for lunch. Gambit. He presented a concession as his opening gambit to gain an advantage in the negotiations. Ambience. The cafe played jazz and had a very calm ambience, which helped me get my work done. Ambience. The hotel lobby was enveloped in a luxurious ambience, warmly welcoming travelers. Ambient. The restaurant had low lighting, creating a very calm ambient atmosphere. Rambling. His explanation lacked a clear point and was rather rambling. Ambush. The soldiers hid in the forest and waited to ambush the enemy unit as it passed by. Ambulatory. The surgery was a success, and he recovered to an ambulatory state by the next day. Ambulance. Upon receiving news of the accident, an ambulance arrived at the scene with its sirens blaring within minutes. Amphitheater. In the ancient Roman ruins, a giant stone amphitheater capable of seating thousands remains. Pamphlet. The Tourist Information Center distributes free pamphlets introducing the city's highlights. Hamlet. In a small hamlet at the foot of the mountain, people lead a traditional self-sufficient life. Amnesty. To commemorate the inauguration of the new president, amnesty was granted to many political prisoners. Ample. This room has large windows and ample light streams in for reading. Example. He presented his own failure as an example for his juniors to avoid repeating the same mistake. Sample. Please try the sample of the product. Trample. People entered the restricted area and trampled on the precious alpine plants. Dampen. As it started to rain, the dry ground was gradually dampened. Rampant. In that area where public safety has deteriorated, crime has become rampant even in broad daylight. Campus. In spring, colorful flowers bloom in full glory across the vast university campus. Vampire. According to legend, vampires do not reflect in mirrors and are said to have an extreme dislike for garlic. Camper. During summer vacation, the lakeside campsite is crowded with many campers. Hamper. The sudden heavy snow severely hampered logistics, causing a significant delay in the arrival of goods. Pamper. On weekends, she pampers herself at a luxury spa as a reward. Scamper. When a cat appeared in the garden, the squirrels scampered up the tree in surprise. Tamper. There were signs that the criminal had tampered with the security camera records to destroy evidence. Ampersand. In English writing, the symbol, and known as an ampersand, is used to represent the word, and. Rampage. An angry mob went on a rampage in the city, and many shops were damaged. Champion. He won through the tough qualifiers and finally became the world champion. Championship. After years of rigorous training, he finally secured the world championship title. Amplify. He used a microphone and speakers to amplify his voice, so it would reach every corner of the venue. Amplitude. In the physics experiment, we measured the amplitude, which is the maximum extent of a vibration. Sampling. Scientists conducted water sampling at various locations to investigate the pollution of the river. Amply. His past achievements amply demonstrate that he is suitable as a leader. Amputate. Because severe gangrene had progressed, the doctor had to amputate his leg to save his life. Ramshackle. Along the coast stood a ramshackle hut that looked like it might collapse at any moment. Damsel. The story of a knight rescuing a damsel in distress is a classic theme in medieval literature. Damned. He regretted causing his team's defeat through his own carelessness, feeling absolutely damned. Jammed. I carefully checked the inside of the printer, which had stopped working because the paper was jammed. Amp. Giant amps were set up at the concert venue, and the loud music overwhelmed the audience. Camp. They spent the weekend setting up camp by the lake and enjoying nature. Champ. As the current champ of the sport, he is waiting for a match from a challenger. Clamp. While gluing the wood, I secured the two boards with a clamp so they wouldn't move. Cramp. Because I had been swimming for a long time, I suddenly got a cramp in my leg and couldn't move. Damp. Inside the forest after the rain, the air was damp, and the smell of the earth lingered strongly. Decamp. Before the police arrived, the thieves quickly decamped with the stolen goods. Encamp. The army encamped near the river to rest in preparation for the next morning's attack. Lamp. He turned on the desk lamp in the dark room and started reading. Ramp. A gentle ramp is installed at the entrance so that the building is accessible by wheelchair. Revamp. The company completely revamped its logo design to refresh its brand image. Stamp. She put a stamp on the top right corner of the envelope before mailing the letter. Tamp. The road workers used a machine to tamp down the soil on the ground firmly. Tramp. He shouldered his heavy pack and tramped up the mountain path toward the summit. Dampness. Because the basement received no sunlight, there was always a distinct dampness and the smell of mold. Lamppost. The light from the lamppost on the corner dimly illuminated the foggy night road. He declared that he would not allow an exception to the plan. Ban. The government enacted a law to completely ban smoking in public places. Bran. Being health conscious, he eats bran flakes rich in dietary fiber for breakfast. Can. I can speak English. Clan. In the mountainous regions, clans with common ancestors unite to protect their unique cultures. Fan. I am a fan of baseball. Man. The man is walking in the park. Pan. She fried eggs and bacon in a pan for breakfast. Plan. He made a big plan to work abroad in the future and started saving money to prepare. Scan. The doctor performed an MRI scan using the latest equipment to examine the brain's condition in detail. Sedan. He purchased a comfortable four-door sedan to enjoy drives with his family. Span. The bridge has a long span. Tan. He spent a week at the beach during summer vacation, so he has a nice tan. Then. There is clearly more snowfall this winter than in average years. Van. He loaded the goods into the van. Circumstantial. There is no direct evidence, but several pieces of circumstantial evidence support his involvement. Insubstantial. His testimony about seeing a ghost is too insubstantial and lacks credibility. Substantial. By introducing new insulation, we were able to achieve substantial savings on utility costs. Disenfranchise. The complex voting procedures were criticized for effectively disenfranchising poor people. Enfranchise. The amendment to the law officially enfranchised people whose rights had previously been restricted. Franchise. That famous fast food chain operates as a franchise all over the world. Substantiate. He submitted a large amount of evidence to the court to substantiate his claim. Gargantuan. A gargantuan budget and thousands of workers were poured into the construction project. Tarantula. The giant tarantula found in the jungle was hairy and terrifying in appearance. Propaganda. During the war, the government spread propaganda containing biased information to boost the people's morale. Understandable. It is understandable for anyone to get lost in an unfamiliar place. Understandably. He lost an important match, so he is understandably depressed. Candidate. He is widely gathering support from citizens as a leading candidate for the next mayoral election. Scandalous. The politician's extramarital affair was a highly scandalous incident for the citizens. Dandelion. In spring, yellow dandelions bloom by the roadside, and their fluff dances in the wind. Vandalize. Last night, A park monument was vandalized with spray paint by a thoughtless individual. Vandalism. Vandalism, such as spray painting or destroying park benches, is legally punishable. Handily. He handled the difficult task handily, using his expertise in the field. Randomize. We need to randomize the order. Mandatory. Participation in volunteer activities in that region is not mandatory, it is strictly voluntary. Candid. She spoke very candidly, without hiding her own failures. Handle. You must handle this fragile vase with extreme care when moving it. Memorandum. He created a memorandum summarizing the main points, so as not to forget the meeting's content. Random. To ensure the fairness of the survey, the subjects were selected at random from the list. Randomly. To maintain the fairness of the survey, the subjects were randomly selected from the list. Abandon. Unable to give up his dream, he abandoned his stable job to pursue a path in art. Abandonment. Due to a lack of funds, the massive construction project was left unfinished and faced abandonment. Bandit. It is said that in the past, terrifying bandits who targeted travelers' valuables lurked along this mountain path. Aggrandize. To show off his status, he tried to aggrandize himself by exaggerating his achievements. Candor. She spoke with candor about her own failures and won the trust of those around her. Commander. The commander calmly analyzed the situation and ordered the troops to withdraw. Meander. The river meanders through the plains as it slowly makes its way toward the sea. Pander. To win votes, the politician only proposed policies that pander to public frustration. Slander. Slander, which harms another's reputation by spreading groundless rumors, can be legally punished. Mandarin. To master Chinese, he started attending a standard Mandarin class. Standardize. To improve efficiency, the company decided to standardize business procedures across all branches. Standard. That is the industry standard. Mandate. Through the general election, the people gave the new government a mandate to carry out economic reforms. Bandage. He wrapped a white bandage around his injured arm and waited for treatment while enduring the pain. Commanding. From the observation deck at the summit, we enjoyed a commanding view of the entire city. Notwithstanding. There were many opposing opinions, but notwithstanding them, the plan was put into action. Outstanding. His performance this term was outstanding, and he won the Employee of the Year award. Brandish. The knight brandished his sword high and signaled the soldiers to charge. Outlandish. He appeared at the party wearing an outlandish costume that no one had ever seen before. Blandishment. He used clever blandishments to sway the other party and advance the business negotiations. Blandishments. He was persuaded by her clever blandishments and ended up buying expensive items. Bandy. He loves to bandy about stories of his own success to everyone around him. Candy. When he loses concentration, he eats some sweet candy hidden in his desk drawer to refresh himself. Handy. This multifunctional knife is very handy when camping. Having just one is very useful. Randy. That young man sometimes confuses those around him due to his randy personality. Handicraft. Traditional handicrafts handmade by local artisans are lined up in the souvenir shop. Handiwork. This beautiful wood-carved box is the handiwork of a skilled local craftsman. Commando. After undergoing rigorous training, he became a commando in an elite unit that infiltrates enemy territory. Fanfare. The opening ceremony of the new theater began with a magnificent fanfare. Vanguard. The young artist is gaining attention as a member of the vanguard pursuing new methods of expression. Panhandle. Having lost his job, he was forced to panhandle on the street to survive. Intangible. Intangible assets like traditional culture are difficult to regain once they are lost. Tangible. As tangible evidence that the economy is recovering, consumer spending is increasing. Evangelist. He gives lectures around the world as an evangelist spreading the benefits of the latest technology. Evangelize. As an enthusiastic follower of that new technology, he evangelizes its appeal to those around him. Tangent. During the meeting, he suddenly went off on a tangent about a completely unrelated topic. Kanji. For international students learning Japanese, memorizing many kanji with complex stroke counts is a very difficult task. Banjo. He strummed the banjo with its cheerful tone to the beat of country music. Mankind. The progress of space exploration is a major step toward opening up unknown frontiers for mankind. Pancreas. The pancreas is an important organ that secretes enzymes to aid digestion and hormones to regulate blood sugar levels. Manly. He never complained even in difficult situations and faced them with a manly attitude. Manpower. To complete that giant project, an enormous amount of manpower is required. Ransack. The burglar ransacked the house, searching for valuables. Intransigence. The failure of the negotiations was due to the stubborn intransigence shown by the representatives of both sides. Intransigent. Negotiations broke down because both representatives maintained their intransigent attitudes. Ancillary. To complement the main project, several ancillary services were launched. Chancellor. The new German chancellor emphasized the importance of economic reform in his inaugural speech. Emancipate. In the 19th century, many people were emancipated from bondage by the Emancipation Proclamation. Cancel. I have to cancel the meeting due to urgent business. Handsome. Not only is he handsome in appearance, but he also has a kind and sincere personality toward everyone. Ransom. The kidnappers demanded a large ransom from the family in exchange for releasing the hostage. Handsomely. His long-standing achievements were recognized, and he received a handsomely paid bonus from the company upon retirement. Lancet. The doctor used a lancet to make a small incision and proceeded carefully with the treatment. Ancestry. He researched his family line and discovered that he had European ancestry. Ancestor. He researched his family tree and found the names of his ancestors who developed this land hundreds of years ago. Answer. She gave a precise answer to the difficult question without being flustered at all. Cancer. With advances in modern medicine, cancer, once considered incurable, can now be treated if detected early. Chancery. The lawyer searched the chancery records to resolve a complex inheritance case. Fanciful. His stories are always fanciful and interesting, but the downside is they lack realism. Rancid. The butter left in a hot and humid place had oxidized and smelled rancid. Expansive. From the observation deck, we could see the expansive Great Plains stretching out before us. Fancy. I was surprised by how fancy the interior of that high-end restaurant was. Fancier. He has a hobby of raising rare tropical fish and is famous among local fanciers. Fancied. He fancied that he had a special talent, but reality was not so easy. Transcript. He obtained an official academic transcript from the university for his job search. Manslaughter. Although he claimed he had no intent to kill, he was charged with manslaughter for the accidental death caused by negligence. Substantially. By introducing new insulation, we were able to substantially reduce utility costs. Financial. To expand the company, financial support from banks is essential. Expansion. The company is opening new branches one after another, aiming for expansion into overseas markets. Mansion. He achieved success in business and built a luxurious mansion with a vast garden on the hill. Antigen. When a virus enters the body, the immune system recognizes it as an antigen and starts an attack. Frantically. He frantically ran up the station stairs so as not to miss the last train. Antiquated. The company's system is antiquated and has no compatibility with the latest software. Tantalizing. The smell of spices wafting from the kitchen was very tantalizing to my hungry self. Tantalize. The smell of freshly baked bread wafting from the window tantalized my hungry self. Scantily. Only scantily does light reach into that cave, so a flashlight is needed to go further. Tantamount. In a dictatorial state, remaining silent is tantamount to endorsing the status quo. Pantomime. Pantomime, which expresses emotions through gestures and facial expressions without words, is a universal art. Granted. He took his parents' help for granted and never uttered a word of thanks. Vantage. From the excellent vantage point of the mountain top, he looked at the panorama of the city below. Dismantle. To close the old factory, workers carefully dismantled the massive machinery. Mantle. During Christmas, family photos were displayed on the mantle above the fireplace. Mantle. He took up the mantle of leadership and responsibility from the retiring leader. Phantom. On a foggy night, a phantom-like figure appeared dimly on the other side of the lake. Banter. As close friends, they always enjoy light-hearted banter with each other. Canter. The horse ran through the meadow at a brisk canter, letting the rider feel a pleasant breeze. Grantor. The grantor of the scholarship provided significant support so that outstanding students could focus on their studies. Planter. She sowed seeds of various colors in the planter on her balcony. Bantering. The two seemed to be old friends, continuing to talk in a bantering tone. Incantation. The wizard began to chant a mysterious incantation in a low voice while waving his staff. Antibody. When a virus enters the body, the immune system produces antibodies to fight it. Antidote. The doctor identified the poison and immediately administered the antidote to save the patient. Advantage. He won a job in the overseas department by leveraging his great advantage of being fluent in languages. Disadvantage. To compensate for the disadvantage of being far from the station, the shop operates a shuttle bus. Disadvantaged. The government announced a new policy to support children from economically disadvantaged families. Antic. The children laughed out loud at the clown's comical antics. Frantic. He lost an important document and went on a frantic search all over the room. Gigantic. A gigantic tanker loaded with cargo from around the world was anchored at the port. Pedantic. His explanation is a bit pedantic, showing off minute knowledge as if nitpicking. Romantic. He prepared a romantic dinner for her. Semantic. Rather than spending time on semantic disputes over word definitions, we should have a substantial discussion. Sycophantic. He takes a sycophantic attitude toward his boss for the sake of promotion, and is disliked by his colleagues. Transatlantic. He frequently takes transatlantic flights between New York and London for business. Semantics. He is interested in semantics, which deals with nuances in context, rather than just literal meanings. Ante. To raise the stakes in the gamble, he decided to up his ante. Anti. He takes a clear anti-position against the new development plan from the perspective of environmental destruction. Scanty. He was desperately managing his life with only scanty savings. Vigilante. In that city where police functions were paralyzed, residents organized vigilante groups to protect public safety. Antifreeze. In cold regions, it is necessary to mix antifreeze to prevent the car's radiator fluid from freezing in the winter. Canto. The long epic poem is divided into several cantos, each dealing with a different episode. Tantrum. In the toy department, a small child was throwing a tantrum and screaming because things didn't go their way. Pantry. She took out a spare pasta sauce from the pantry next to the kitchen. Chrysanthemum. The crest of the Japanese imperial family features a chrysanthemum, a flower known for its nobility. Anthem. When his national anthem played at the Olympic medal ceremony, the athlete was overwhelmed and shed tears. Panther. Deep in the jungle, a solitary panther with black fur was stalking its prey. Pantheon. The ancient temple was built as a pantheon to worship all the gods. Philanthropist. The billionaire made significant donations as a philanthropist supporting education after his retirement. Philanthropy. Since retiring, the billionaire has focused on philanthropy through supporting education and healthcare. Anthracite. Anthracite is the most highly carbonized form of coal, and is characterized by producing almost no smoke when burned. Anvil. The blacksmith placed the glowing red iron on the anvil and struck it powerfully with a hammer. Canvas. The candidate went from house to canvass for support. Bonanza. The discovery of the new oil field became an economic bonanza that brought vast wealth to the region. Extravaganza. The Las Vegas show was a musical extravaganza featuring lavish costumes and the latest lighting technology. Stanza. The beautiful poem consists of 4 stanzas, each depicting the changes of the 4 seasons. Transitory. The pleasures of life are sometimes transitory, but that is exactly why those moments are precious. Transit. The cargo is currently in transit from the overseas port to the warehouse. Transience. The sight of cherry blossoms falling symbolizes the transience of all things in this world. Transient. The bustle of the city is transient, and silence arrives as the night deepens. Blanch. He blanched at the shocking news and stood still for a while. Branch. A branch of the large tree in the park broke and fell onto the road during last night's gale. Ranch. He runs a large ranch where he raises hundreds of cattle. Stanch. The paramedics tried to stanch the heavy bleeding by pressing firmly on the victim's wound. And he walked to a nearby convenience store to buy bread and milk. Band. The famous rock band is performing a concert tonight. Bland. This soup tastes a bit bland, perhaps because the salt content is kept low for health reasons. Brand. Attracted by the quality and design, she has been a loyal user of this bag brand for many years. Can. For dinner on a busy day, I made pasta using the canned tomatoes I had in stock. Command. He issued a command to his subordinates. Demand. Due to the summer heat wave, the demand for cold drinks and air conditioning is skyrocketing. Disband. The rock band decided to disband, much to the regret of their fans, due to musical differences. Expand. Building on its success in the Asian market, the company plans to expand its business into Europe. Gland. The doctor checked the swelling in his throat and diagnosed that the lymph glands were inflamed. Grand. From the mountain top, we could view the grand scenery of nature spreading below. Hand. He wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty and immersed himself in the work, becoming covered in mud. Land. When the plane safely landed at the destination airport, a round of applause broke out from the passengers. Misunderstand. Because of his insufficient explanation, the people around him greatly misunderstood his intentions. Planned. He efficiently completed his daily tasks following a meticulously planned schedule. Sand. White sand spreads along the beach. Stand. To uphold his beliefs, he took a firm stand without fearing criticism from those around him. Strand. On the beach, strands of seaweed washed up by last night's storm were scattered about. Understand. He read the textbook over and over to deeply understand the meaning of the complex mathematical formula. Withstand. This building is designed to fully withstand the impact of a massive earthquake. Handout. The speaker distributed materials summarizing the presentation as a handout to the participants. Standby. Since the flight was canceled, he put his name on the standby list and waited for an available seat. Handbook. New employees were distributed a handbook that details the company's rules and philosophy. Grandfather. My grandfather makes it a daily routine to wake up early every morning and tend to the garden. Landfill. After city waste is properly treated, it is transported to a massive landfill in the suburbs. Handful. He took a handful of coins out of his pocket and put them into the vending machine. Landholder. In that region, a few powerful landholders own vast areas of land. Handcuff. The police officer quickly handcuffed the suspect who tried to escape. Landlord. Since the faucet in the apartment broke, I immediately contacted the landlord to request a repair. Landlady. The light bulb in the apartment burned out, so I contacted the landlady living on the first floor to have it replaced. Landmark. The tall tower has become a landmark of the city and is a popular meeting spot for tourists. Commandment. The 10 Commandments written in the sacred text serve as a moral guide for many people. Grandmother. I think the apple pie my grandmother makes is the most delicious in the world. Handmade. This ceramic plate has the warmth of being handmade, and each one has a slightly different shape. Blandness. His speech lacks substance, and because of its blandness, it failed to leave an impression on the audience. Landowner. He is the wealthiest landowner in this region and owns vast mountain forests. Standpoint. He criticized the plan not only from an economic standpoint but also from an ethical perspective. Handwriting. His handwriting is so unique that it is difficult to decipher unless read carefully. Landscape. From the observation deck, you can see a beautiful natural landscape that changes with the seasons. Standstill. Due to the heavy snow, the city's transportation network came to a complete standstill. Sandstone. The walls of that old church are made of reddish sandstone quarried in this area. Handshake. They celebrated the signing of the new contract and exchanged a firm handshake. Sandwich. I made a sandwich for lunch myself, filled with plenty of fresh vegetables and ham. Stands. When the baseball game started, the outfield stands were filled with enthusiastic fans. Advance. The advance of technology has made surgeries that were once impossible now feasible. Askance. He proposed such an eccentric plan that the people around him looked askance at him. Chance. He seized a perfect chance to restart his life and took a new step forward. Dance. She dances gracefully to the music. Enhance. Planting colorful flowers in the garden helped to further enhance the beauty of the entire house. Expanse. From the observation deck, we could see a vast expanse of blue sea stretching out before us. Finance. He consulted with a finance expert to raise funds for starting his new business. Glance. He cast a quick glance at his watch to see if he would make it to the train. Lance. In a joust, the medieval knight charged at his opponent with a long lance. Prance. The young horse was prancing around the meadow, drawn by the warm spring weather. Refinance. As interest rates fell, he decided to refinance his mortgage to reduce his payments. Stance. The politician maintained a firm stance on the issue of environmental protection, refusing to compromise. Trance. He was so deeply moved by the beautiful music that he seemed to be in a trance. Advancement. Thanks to the advancement of medical technology, diseases once considered incurable are becoming treatable. Enhancement. The latest software update includes image quality improvements and security enhancements. Enhanced. With the latest update, the security features of this app have been significantly enhanced. Aunt. My aunt is a very good cook and bakes me a homemade pie every time I visit. Can't. His speech sounded like can't, and I didn't think he was speaking from the heart. Chant. The protesters gathered in the square and continued to chant slogans until their demands were met. Decant. To enjoy the aged wine better, he removed the sediment from the bottom of the bottle and decanted it into another container. Enchant. The mystical scenery of the forest enchants visitors, making them feel as if they are in a fairy tale world. Grant. The government provided a special grant to support the original projects of young researchers. Implant. To restore the function of the lost tooth, the dentist placed a titanium implant into the jawbone. Pant. He rushed up the stairs and sat down on the spot, panting for breath. Plant. He decided to plant new flower seedlings with the arrival of spring to enrich his garden. Rant. He started to rant loudly about his frustrations with politics without considering the people around him. Recant. He recanted his previous claims, but he could not fully regain the trust of those around him. Scant. Relying on scant clues, she continued to track the whereabouts of the lost artifact. Slant. At dusk, the shadows of the buildings were slanting long across the ground. Supplant. New technology is spreading rapidly and is about to supplant the existing old systems. Transplant. He underwent surgery to transplant an organ provided by a family member for the treatment of his illness. Antler. Male deer show off their impressive antlers to appeal to females. Trans. It is a transatlantic flight. Bang. Suddenly, the door shut with a loud bang, surprising everyone. Hang. He hung the newly purchased painting on the wall, changing the room's atmosphere. Harangue. He delivered a passionate harangue in the square, denouncing the government's inaction to the gathered crowd. Pang. She felt a sharp pang of regret for having said something that hurt her best friend. Slang. The slang used among young people often doesn't make sense to older generations. Angle. He moved around looking for the angle that would make the building look its best for the photo. Dangle. He dangled a string in front of the cat and played chase with it. Entangle. He is perplexed after getting entangled in his friend's financial troubles. Mangle. You need to be careful as that old washing machine can sometimes mangle your clothes. Spangle. Her dress was sewn with small spangles that glittered brilliantly in the light. Strangle. The criminal tried to strangle the victim but fled after being noticed by a passerby. Tangle. The fishing line got into a complex tangle, and it took an hour to unravel it. Wrangle. A fierce wrangle among relatives over the inheritance has been going on for years. Entanglement. He got caught in an entanglement of complex relationships and found himself unable to move. Newfangled. My grandfather struggles to master newfangled gadgets like modern smartphones. Tangled. Inside the drawer, the earphone cords are in a tangled mess, making them hard to untangle. Anger. He felt strong anger at the unfair treatment but tried to remain calm. Angler. On weekends, many anglers aiming for a big catch gather along the riverbanks. Angry. He felt an uncontrollable angry emotion because his efforts were not recognized at all. Languid. Due to the summer afternoon heat, he lay on the sofa in a languid manner. Language. To deeply understand a foreign culture, one should first learn the language spoken in that country. Languishing. Due to the recession, many startups are languishing in a state of financial shortage. Sanguine. No matter how difficult the situation, he has a sanguine nature, always believing in a bright future. Anguish. He spends his days enduring the deep anguish of having lost a loved one. Languish. The project has been languishing for months without progress due to a lack of budget. Angular. His features are angular, giving the impression of someone with very strong willpower. Rectangular. A large rectangular table that can seat 20 people is placed in the meeting room. Ankle. He stepped off a ledge while jogging and twisted his ankle. Rankle. The unfair criticism from his boss continued to rankle in his mind even after several days. Frankincense. Since ancient times, frankincense has been prized as a costly perfume burned in religious ceremonies. Blanket. On a cold night, he fell asleep covered in a warm wool blanket. Anchor. Upon arriving at the port, the sailors dropped a heavy anchor to keep the ship from drifting. Banker. My brother works as a banker, advising local businesses on loan consultations every day. Canker. The old tree was infested with canker, and its branches were beginning to wither. Hanker. Tired of the busy city life, he hankers after a quiet life in the countryside. Rancor. They were in sharp conflict, but after reconciling they cast away all past rancor. Tanker. A giant tanker entered the port carrying a vast amount of crude oil from the Middle East. Anchorage. As the storm grew fiercer, the captain sought a safe anchorage to shelter the ship. Cantankerous. As he gets older, he is becoming cantankerous and argues with his neighbors over trivial matters. Rancorous. The divorce trial turned into a rancorous dispute, with both sides venting past frustrations. Ranking. In the latest university rankings, his alma mater placed in the top 3 nationally. Cranky. He was very cranky this morning because he didn't sleep at all last night. Lanky. He has a lanky build with long, thin limbs and is often mistaken for a basketball player. Frankly. Frankly speaking, there is a very high possibility that the current plan will run out of budget. Bankruptcy. The company carried huge debts and finally filed for bankruptcy in court. Bankrupt. Burdened with huge debts, the company finally filed for bankruptcy and became effectively bankrupt. Tranquilize. To protect the excited wild animal, the veterinarian used medicine to tranquilize it. Tranquil. The morning by the lake was very tranquil, with the water's surface as still as a mirror. Banquet. At the end of the conference, a grand banquet was held to welcome attendees from all over the world. Vanquish. The knight mustered his courage and finally succeeded in vanquishing the terrifying monster. Hangover. I drank too much at the celebration last night and am suffering from a terrible hangover this morning. Bank. I sat on the bank of the river and got lost in thought while watching the water flow. Blank. Being called on suddenly, his mind went blank with surprise, and he couldn't answer anything. Crank. Every morning, he turns a heavy crank to start the engine of his old car. Dank. The basement of the old castle was always filled with dank air, as no sunlight ever reached it. Flank. The army drew the enemy's attention to the front, while a separate unit attacked from the flank. Frank. By not hiding his mistake and giving a frank report to his boss, he actually gained trust. Lank. His hair had grown to his shoulders in a lank state because he had neglected its care. Plank. He bought several thick wooden planks at the home center to build a bench in the garden. Prank. He played a light prank to surprise his friend, but he went too far and made him angry. Rank. After years of effort, he finally rose to the highest rank in the organization. Shank. The chef made a stew using lamb shank, which becomes tender when slow cooked. Spank. In the past, children were sometimes spanked for discipline, but now it is often considered inappropriate. Tank. Huge stainless steel tanks for storing chemicals are lined up at the factory. Thank. I thanked him. Yank. Since the door was stuck, he tried to yank the handle hard to open it. Sanctuary. This island is strictly restricted as a sanctuary for endangered birds. Embankment. To prevent the river from flooding, all the villagers joined together to stack sandbags and build a strong embankment. Sanction. The international community decided to impose economic sanctions against the country threatening peace. Anxious. He is spending his time feeling very anxious about what the result of tomorrow's final interview will be. Anxiously. She waited anxiously in the hallway, praying for the safety of her family member who underwent surgery. Sanctify. The ancient ritual was performed to cleanse the land of the new temple and sanctify it as a sacred place. Sanctimony. He is disliked for his sanctimony, criticizing others while ignoring his own shortcomings. Sanctity. The historic old temple has a unique sanctity that makes visitors feel solemn. Thanks. He expressed his sincere thanks for the help from his friends. Cap. He went out wearing a cap. Chap. He is a very kind and cheerful chap who is liked by everyone. Clap. When the performance ended, a loud clap of applause erupted from the audience. Crap. He spat out, "That movie was crap," because the content was so terrible. Flap. The bird flapped its large wings and took off into the blue sky. Gap. A cold wind is coming in through the gap in the door. Hap. Success in life is sometimes determined by hap as well as effort. Lap. She sat on the sofa and let her cat sleep on her lap. Map. When traveling in an unfamiliar place, a map app on your smartphone is essential. Nap. To improve work efficiency in the afternoon, I took a 15-minute nap after lunch. Rap. He stood up because he heard someone rap on the door. Sap. When the tree trunk was cut, sticky sap began to flow out from it. Scrap. She noted the phone number on a scrap of paper on her desk so she wouldn't forget. Slap. As punishment for lying, he was lightly slapped on the cheek by his friend. Snap. He snapped his fingers as if he had just thought of something. Tap. He was rhythmically tapping the desk with the tip of his pen while thinking. Trap. He fell into a trap. Wrap. She carefully wrapped the fragile items in newspaper before putting them in the box. Capture. The photographer brilliantly captured the moment a wild lion aimed for its prey. Enrapture. The beautiful sunset enraptured everyone on the beach. Rapture. The audience listened in a trance to her wonderful singing voice, with expressions of rapture on their faces. Recapture. A few days later, the police recaptured the prisoner who had escaped from jail in the neighboring prefecture. Chaplain. A chaplain accompanied the army to provide spiritual care for the soldiers. Hapless. The hapless travelers caught in a sudden storm ended up spending the night in a mountain hut. Entrapment. The lawyer argued that the police enticing the suspect into a crime was a case of unfair entrapment. Apnea. He suffers from sleep apnea syndrome, where his breathing stops many times during sleep. Collapsible. This camping chair has a collapsible design, making it very convenient to carry. Rhapsodize. He rhapsodized enthusiastically about the performance of his newly purchased sports car. Rhapsody. The pianist passionately performed a rhapsody characterized by free and emotional melodies. Encapsulate. His new paper encapsulates the complex problems of modern society in a single sentence. Capsule. Since he had a cold, he swallowed the medicine prescribed by his doctor in the form of a capsule. Capsize. The small yacht caught in a fierce storm capsized in an instant, tossed by massive waves. Slapstick. He excels at slapstick comedy, making the audience laugh with his physical, comical movements. Snapshot. She took a snapshot of the beautiful scenery with her camera to remember her travel memories. Caption. To explain the content of the photo in detail, a short caption is added next to the article. Contraption. In his garage, he was assembling a mysterious contraption whose purpose was unclear. Laptop. He opened his laptop at the cafe and started working while drinking coffee. Adaptable. She is a very adaptable person and quickly adjusts to any new environment. Aptitude. He has a high aptitude for mathematics and handles complex calculations with ease. Captain. He is a captain who overcomes rough seas with calm judgment and is deeply trusted by his crew. Adapter. When going on an overseas trip, I prepared an adapter to match the shape of the local electrical outlets. Captor. The captured soldier watched for an opportunity to escape from his captors. Chapter. From the third chapter of this novel, the story takes a sudden turn. Captivate. The magician's brilliant tricks instantly captivated the hearts of all the audience members. Baptism. He received baptism at the church and officially began his journey as a Christian. Adaptive. Organisms have undergone adaptive evolution over many years to survive changes in their environment. Captive. He was captured by enemy forces and held in a camp as a captive for several months. Collapse. Due to the severe earthquake, old wooden buildings collapse one after another. Elapse. Several years have elapsed since the accident, but their emotional wounds have never fully healed. Lapse. He made a serious mistake due to a momentary lapse in concentration. Perhaps. Perhaps it will rain tomorrow, so you should take an umbrella with you. Relapse. He recovered once from his illness, but overworking caused him to relapse a few weeks later. Adapt. She studied the local language hard to quickly adapt to life in a foreign country. Apt. He has a talent for languages and is very apt at picking up new vocabulary. Rapt. The audience listened to his piano playing with rapt expressions, completely enthralled. Untapped. In that unexplored land lie untapped resources that have not yet been discovered by anyone. Aptly. He aptly described the complex situation with the word labyrinth. Scarecrow. A scarecrow standing in the middle of the rice field was blowing in the wind to ward off birds. Amass. Through years of steady investment, he succeeded in amassing a vast fortune in a single generation. Bass. He plays the low-pitched bass guitar that supports the rhythm in the band. Brass. He plays a shiny golden brass trumpet in the brass band. Class. I have a math class in the afternoon. Crass. He was disliked for making crass jokes that made fun of other people's misfortunes. Gas. I always check if the gas in the kitchen is turned off before going to bed. Glass. Please pour water into the glass. Grass. It's wonderful to lie down on the soft grass in the park and look at the sky on a sunny afternoon. Harass. At the workplace, the act of harassing colleagues with words or attitudes is never tolerated. Impasse. The wage negotiations reached an impasse, with neither labor nor management willing to compromise. Lass. Old Scottish poems describe feelings of love for a beautiful lass. Mass. All matter in the universe has mass corresponding to its size. Morass. He stepped into a morass of complex legal troubles and found himself unable to get out. Pass. The only pass to cross the mountain range is closed by snow during the winter. Surpass. His new record significantly surpassed the performance of any past athlete. Passbook. He went to the bank to update his passbook and check his account balance. Pasture. The sheep are leisurely eating grass in a vast pasture. Blasphemous. For devout people, shouting in a sacred place is considered a blasphemous act. Blasphemy. The clergy severely criticized his remarks as blasphemy against God. Asphalt. The black asphalt covering the road was heating up under the strong summer sun. Grasshopper. The children ran around the field, trying to catch the green grasshoppers hidden in the grass. Rascal. He is a mischievous rascal, but he has an undeniable charm. Fiasco. Due to a lack of preparation, the long-awaited new product launch ended in a complete fiasco. Masculine. He gives a very masculine impression with his sturdy build and deep voice. Emasculate. The new law emasculated its original purpose by removing key provisions. Harassment. The company conducted training to prevent all forms of workplace harassment. Classmate. He is still on good terms with his high school classmates and meets them once a year at a reunion. Passport. When traveling abroad, you must not forget your passport to prove your identity. Raspy. He caught a bad cold, and when he tried to speak, only a raspy voice came out. Grassroots. The environmental movement started from grassroots activities in a small rural village. Classroom. The students returned to the classroom. Catastrophe. If a giant meteorite were to collide with the Earth, it would be an irreversible catastrophe for all of mankind. Astral. Ancient people worshipped the movement of the stars shining in the night sky as an astral power. Password. To protect your account from unauthorized access, you need to set a complex password. Ask. He got lost, so he asked a passerby for directions to the nearest station. Bask. The cat is comfortably basking in the warm sunlight on the balcony. Mask. He always wears a cold mask when dealing with others to hide his true feelings. Task. Finishing this complex project within the deadline is an extremely difficult task. Clasp. He firmly clasped his friend's hand with gratitude as they parted. Gasp. The moment she heard the surprising news, she couldn't help but gasp. Grasp. He reread the textbook many times to fully grasp the difficult concept. Rasp. His voice was rasping due to a terrible cold. Aghast. He stood aghast at the sight of the gruesome accident scene, completely shocked. Blast. The blast of dynamite echoed deep within the coal mine, and the rock wall crumbled down. Cast. The film's success was thanks to an excellent cast that perfectly matched the characters. Caste. Under the country's old social system, a strict caste was determined the moment one was born. Fast. He fasted from sunrise to sunset as part of a religious observance. Lambaste. Critics harshly lambasted the new movie's plot for being far too boring. Last. These shoes are very durably made and will last for several years even with intense exercise. Past. He reflected deeply on his past mistakes and pledged to live honestly from now on. Recast. The director significantly recast the story structure to make the script more contemporary. Unsurpassed. The artisan's skill is unsurpassed in the country, and he has won numerous awards. Vast. From the airplane window, a vast landscape of the Sahara Desert stretched out as far as the eye could see. Ghastly. The scene of the accident was so ghastly that it was unbearable to look at. Vastly. Compared to last year, the amount of snow this winter has vastly increased. Abashed. He looked utterly abashed when his mistake was pointed out in front of everyone. Ash remained after the fire went out. Bash. In a fit of rage, he bashed a nearby chair against the wall with all his might. Brash. He is full of confidence, but his brash attitude sometimes draws resentment from those around him. Cache. The expedition created a cache of food inside the cave in case of an emergency shortage. Cash. He used a credit card for payment because he had no cash in his wallet. Clash. The two factions clashed violently in the meeting room due to their differences of opinion. Crash. The car slammed into the wall in the fog and crashed with a loud noise. Dash. He dashed up the station stairs to avoid missing the train. Flash. Along with a sudden clap of thunder, a sharp flash of lightning tore through the dark night sky. Gnash. In his extreme frustration, he gnashed his teeth and endured. Lash. During the fierce storm, rain and wind continued to lash the windows of the building relentlessly. Mash. She carefully mashed the boiled potatoes to make a side dish for dinner. Rash. He made a rash decision to invest all his fortune without thinking it through. Rehash. His new paper was merely a rehash of old theories and lacked originality. Sash. She wrapped a colorful silk sash around her waist as a finishing touch to her traditional costume. Slash. He used a sharp knife to slash the side of the thick cardboard box. Smash. He smashed the ball hard. Splash. When the children jumped into the pool, a large splash rose up all around them. Stash. He has a stash of cash under the floorboards for future emergencies. Thrash. The powerhouse team thrashed their opponents 10-0 in the practice match. Trash. He cleaned his room and threw all the accumulated unnecessary documents into the trash bin. Bashful. She is very bashful and always blushes when speaking in front of people. Ashtray. Ashtrays used to be placed in public spaces, but with the progress of smoking bans, they are rarely seen now. Abashed. He looked utterly abashed when his minor mistake was pointed out, and his face turned red. Unabashed. Completely indifferent to the criticism around him, he maintained his view with an unabashed attitude. He made an appointment to meet his friend at the station ticket gate exactly at noon. Bat. He swung the big bat powerfully in the game. Brat. He is a brat who was raised to be completely selfish, and he always troubles those around him. Cat. My cat loves to curl up and sleep on the sunny windowsill. Chat. We enjoyed a chat over coffee. Fat. He is careful not to consume excess fat from his diet for the sake of his health. Flat. The area had no undulations, and flat land stretched out as far as the eye could see. Hat. To avoid the strong sunlight, he went out wearing a wide-brimmed hat low over his eyes. Mat. He wiped the dirt off his shoes on the doormat before entering the house. Pat. The teacher patted the hard-working student on the head and praised them. Rat. A rat ran across the room. Slat. He finally adjusted the angle of the blind slats to protect his privacy. Spat. They keep having small spats over minor misunderstandings. Splat. The overripe tomato fell to the floor and was crushed with a splat. That. He spoke passionately about how that book was the one that changed his life. Fat. In the brewery, huge stainless steel vats for aging wine were lined up. Platform. As the train entered the platform, the waiting passengers began to move. Catfish. A catfish with distinctive large whiskers was lurking quietly at the bottom of the pond. Catcall. Some audience members directed unpleasant catcalls at the actors, causing a brief interruption in the performance. Atlas. His hobby is traveling the world, and a large world atlas is posted on his room wall. Flatly. He was asked to do extra work, but he flatly refused because he already had too much on his plate. Atmosphere. The restaurant had low lighting, creating a very calm atmosphere. Catnap. Exhausted from staying up late for several days, he took a short catnap on the train. Platinum. On the ring finger of her left hand, a ring made of platinum, a rare precious metal, was shining. Bath. I take a bath every night to soothe the day's fatigue. Math. He is good at dealing with numbers and wants to major in advanced math at university. Path. Colorful alpine plants were blooming on both sides of the narrow path, leading deep into the forest. Wrath. By repeatedly breaking his promises, he finally incurred the wrath of his mild-mannered friend. Pentathlon. He was selected as a representative for the modern pentathlon, competing in 5 events including swimming and riding. Catholic. He has very Catholic tastes in music and listens to all kinds of genres. Athlete. He is an athlete aiming for the Olympics. Bathroom. Before going out, he washed his face and groomed himself in the bathroom. Pathway. Colorful tulips are planted on both sides of the pathway in the park. Have. The company decided to have next year's advertising budget to cut costs. Have. He has a big dream of having his own farm in the future. While working as a teacher, he also puts effort into volunteer activities on weekends. Jazz. In that bar, pleasant live jazz music flows at night, creating a mature atmosphere. Whereas. The older brother is extroverted and has many friends, whereas the younger brother is introverted and prefers reading. Asthma. He has suffered from asthma since childhood and always carries an inhaler to suppress attacks. Miasma. An unpleasant-smelling miasma, like rotting organic matter, hung over the marshlands. Plasma. On the sun's surface or in lightning, matter becomes extremely hot and ionized, existing in a state of plasma. Granddad. Every summer vacation, he looks forward to visiting his granddad's house in the countryside. Kickback. He is suspected of paying unfair kickbacks to business partners in order to secure contracts. Satrap. In the former empire, satraps who were in charge of governing the provinces held immense power. Fast-paced. It takes some time to get used to fast-paced city life. Lambast. Critics mercilessly lambast the new movie for how bad it is. Anathematize. The council anathematized the new doctrine as heresy. Antechamber. While waiting for the audience, he waited quietly in a lavishly decorated antechamber. Paleolithic. Paleolithic people lived a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, using tools carved from stone. Asymmetric. Asymmetric hairstyles, where the hair is of different lengths on the left and right, are popular among young people. Let's take a short break at the CAF. Badinage. They relax between work sessions, exchanging some light badinage. Crag. Near the summit of the rugged mountain, several sharp crags stood in a row. Waggish. He always keeps a straight face and tells waggish jokes that make people laugh. Affability. His affability allowed him to quickly open up to people he met for the first time. Catholicity. Of his knowledge astounds everyone. Happy-go-lucky. He never worries about the future and always enjoys life with a happy-go-lucky personality. Nanotechnology. With the progress of nanotechnology, research is advancing on treating diseases using microscopic robots. Plasticity. Children's brains have a high degree of plasticity and are able to absorb new information easily. Slap-happy. He was so busy that he had become slap-happy and was laughing instead. Panegyric. He delivered a moving panegyric to honor the great leader who had died. Calumniation. He repeatedly made unfounded calumniations to discredit his rivals. Haptic. The vibrations that occur when you touch the screen of your smartphone are due to haptic technology. Cavil. He made cavil complaints about minor details without mentioning the overall excellent workmanship. Scamp. The son of the family next door is a mischievous scamp, but there's something about him that makes him hard to hate. Chalice. During the ceremony, the priest held the golden chalice filled with wine high in the air. Plat. He created a map of land for the development of new housing estates. Ambit. The issue goes beyond the ambit of current law and new discussions are needed. Backlit. Smartphone screens are made easier to see by their backlit structure, which means they are lit from behind. Transmute. Alchemists spent their entire lives searching for a way to transmute base metals into gold. Analgesia. During dental treatment, local analgesia was administered to relieve pain. Bandana. He wore a red bandana around his head to keep sweat out of his eyes while he worked. Altruistically. She is altruistically active and continues to make large anonymous donations to charities. Antenatal. She receives regular antenatal care to check on the baby's health. Apprehensible. His explanations were so clear that even complex theories were easily apprehensible. Aspirational. For many young people, the brand's luxury watches are aspirational items that represent a symbol of success. Factorial. The factorial of 5 is 120. Gladiatorial. In ancient Roman arenas, spectators went wild for gladiatorial battles. Achromatic. The camera lens is achromatic, meaning it corrects chromatic aberration. Ragamuffin. A little ragamuffin stood alone in the street, his clothes covered in mud. Malapropism. He makes many comical malapropisms, such as saying sterilization instead of award. Abnegation. He abandoned his personal desires and devoted himself to contributing to society with a spirit of self-abnegation. Acclamation. When his brilliant speech finished, the hall erupted in thunderous acclamation. Climatization. To prevent altitude sickness, It is necessary to allow your body to acclimatize over several days. Aggregation. By aggregating huge amounts of data, new consumer trends have become apparent. Annunciation. The church's mural depicts the Annunciation scene, in which an angel announces to Mary that she will conceive. Antediluvian. His thinking is very antediluvian and far removed from modern values. Antiquarian. As an antiquarian, he collects old maps and books from all over the world. Bacchanalian. On the night of the harvest festival, wine was served and bacchanalian feasts were held in the village square. Captivation. The young pianist's performance brought deep captivation to the audience. Castigation. He received severe criticism and reprimand from his superiors for breaking the rules. Malediction. The vengeful which unleashed an everlasting malediction upon the family. Matriculation. He passed the rigorous exams and finally achieved matriculation at his first-choice university. Pan American. A Pan American sporting event was held in which countries from North and South America participated. Ratiocination. He didn't let his emotions get the better of him, but instead used precise ratiocination to identify the culprit. Salutation. It is considered good manners to begin a letter with a polite salutation, equivalent to dear. Transposition. He transposed the song up in key to fit the singer's range. Valediction. At the end of the graduation ceremony, the principal delivered a moving valedictory speech to the departing students. Agonistic. As the debate heated up, their tone became increasingly agonistic. Acquiescent. She dislikes conflict and is always acquiescent to other people's opinions. Antisepsis. To increase the safety of surgery, antisepsis of medical instruments is thoroughly implemented. Pathogenesis. Scientists are studying the pathogenesis of the new virus. Cacophonous. The hustle and bustle of the city and the honking of cars mix together to create a cacophonous noise. Fib. Afraid of being scolded, he told a little fib about forgetting his homework. Pinguid. The meat dish was very pinguid and just one bite made my stomach feel heavy. Discomfiture. When his mistake was pointed out, he couldn't hide the discomfiture on his face. Primogeniture. In the aristocratic world of the past, primogeniture, in which the eldest son inherited all property, was common. Glyph. Archaeologists are trying to decipher the mysterious glyphs inscribed on ancient murals. Sylph. She walked with a light and graceful step, like a sylph. Distaff. Old paintings show women spinning thread using distaffs. Sprig. She garnished the cocktail glass with a sprig of mint for color. Priggish. He imposes his own moral values on others and has a condescending, priggish attitude. Kith. He returned to his hometown for the first time in a long while and thoroughly enjoyed reuniting with his kith. Scythe. The farmer skillfully used a large scythe to cut down the long grass. Shibboleth. His unnatural accent became a shibboleth, a sign that someone was not from that area. Inhibited. She grew up in a strict household and is inhibited in expressing her emotions. Prohibitive. The latest medical equipment is prohibitively expensive for an individual to purchase. Dribble. He dribbled past his opponent and scored a goal. Kibble. He put a bowl of balanced dry kibble for his dog. Nibble. The mouse was nibbling the edge of the cheese little by little. Quibble. They continued quibbling for hours about minor, non-essential matters. Scribble. While he was talking on the phone, he scribbled meaningless patterns on a notepad nearby. Inhibit. Excessive tension can inhibit your natural abilities. Prohibit. The school rules strictly prohibit the use of smartphones on campus. Liberalize. The government has decided to liberalize trade regulations in order to stimulate the economy. Liberalism. He is a believer in liberalism, which respects individual freedom and rights. Liberally. She finished the dish with a liberal drizzle of olive oil. Liberal. He has liberal views. Deliberate. He is a very cautious person and always deliberates before taking action. Deliberately. He was deliberately rude in order to anger the other person. Liberator. The general overthrew a dictatorship and was enthusiastically greeted as a liberator by an oppressed people. Liberate. The army succeeded in overthrowing a dictatorship and liberating a people who had been oppressed for many years. Gibberish. He was extremely confused and spoke in gibberish that no one could understand. Liberty. The Constitution guarantees liberty of thought and belief to all citizens. Libertine. He was once known in the city as a libertine who lived a life of debauchery. Uninhibited. When she drinks, she becomes uninhibited, a stark contrast to her usual reserved demeanor. Exhibit. The museum has a special exhibit of precious artifacts from ancient Egypt. Amphibian. Frogs and salamanders are classified as amphibian, meaning they can live both on land and in water. Amphibious. Frogs are amphibious animals that can live both in water and on land. Biblical. The flood that struck the region was a disaster of truly biblical proportions. Sibling. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Equilibrium. He maintained equilibrium on the balance beam with an incredible sense of balance. Attributable. Experts believe that the current recession is attributable to the rise in global oil prices. Distributed. Relief supplies were distributed to various parts of the disaster area by helicopter. Tributary. This huge river is joined by numerous tributaries that flow from the mountainous regions. Contributor. At the end of the magazine, the names of the contributors who contributed to the writing of the articles are listed. Distributor. The company is the sole distributor of popular overseas brands in Japan. Tribune. In ancient Rome, tribunes played an important role in protecting the rights of the common people. Contribute. He participates in cleanups every weekend to contribute to local environmental conservation efforts. Distribute. After the disaster occurred, food and blankets were quickly distributed to people gathered at evacuation centers. Tribute. Many people paid heartfelt tributes to the late great leader. Titular. He is a titular leader and has no real decision-making power. Recapitulate. At the end of the meeting, the moderator briefly recapitulated the main points of the discussion. Kitchen. He is cooking in the kitchen. Itchy. The wool sweater touched my skin and made my neck itchy. Habitually. He is habitually late and is losing the trust of those around him. Habitual. He is losing the trust of those around him because of his habitual tardiness. Ritual. The tribe has a tradition of holding special rituals for young people as they reach adulthood. Constituency. Politicians listen to the voices of their constituencies ahead of the next election. Constituent. Water is made up of two main constituents, hydrogen and oxygen. Obituary. He found an obituary in this morning's paper announcing the death of his former teacher. Situate. The new museum is situated on a small hill with a beautiful view of the sea. Capitulate. The enemy army was surrounded and ran out of food, so they finally capitulated unconditionally. Acidify. Increased carbon dioxide emissions are causing ocean water to become more acidic, adversely affecting coral reefs. Solidify. As the melted wax cools, it gradually solidifies. Humidifier. I use a humidifier in my room to protect my skin and throat from the dryness of winter. Ridicule. He was deeply hurt when his colleagues ridiculed his new ideas. Humidity. Summer in Japan is very humid, and it often feels more muggy than the temperature actually is. Liquidity. When market liquidity declines, it becomes difficult to convert assets into cash. Rapidity. The rapidity with which information spreads has increased dramatically with the spread of the Internet. Timidity. In order to overcome his timidity, he deliberately increased the number of opportunities to speak in public. Validity. Scientists repeatedly repeated experiments to ensure the validity of their results. Fiddle. When he gets nervous, he has a habit of unconsciously fiddle with the knot of his tie. Middle. He sat in the middle of the room. Riddle. The old temple is home to some difficult riddles that are said to have been left behind by a wise man thousands of years ago. Middling. His grades were middling in his class and he didn't stand out. Middle class. The area is a quiet residential area, inhabited mainly by middle-class families. Middleman. He acts as a middleman between producers and consumers, receiving a commission. Hidden. He kept his childhood treasures hidden at the base of an old tree in his garden. Riddance. He feels good riddance, that a thorny problem has finally been solved. Bidder. At auction, the painting was won by the highest bidder. Consider. We should give more serious consideration to our future careers. Reconsider. He decided to reconsider from the beginning the proposal he had initially rejected. Considerable. Restoring the old Western-style building will take considerable time and money. Considerably. Thanks to new medication, his condition has improved considerably. Considerate. He is very considerate towards those around him, and is well liked by everyone. Considered. After careful consideration, he decided to decline the offer. Stupidity. Making the same mistake over and over again is not just carelessness, it's stupidity. Recidivism. A major challenge in supporting reintegration into society is reducing the recidivism rate after release from prison. Recidivist. Inadequate rehabilitation programs after release from prison tend to increase the number of recidivists. Acidic. Acidic foods like lemon and vinegar can help aid digestion. Bidding. Following his boss's bidding, he immediately began working on creating new materials. Forbidding. The exterior of the old castle was forbidding, as if to reject anyone who approached. Kidding. He looked serious, but in the end he laughed and said, "It's just kidding." Yiddish. He fondly remembered the sound of Yiddish his grandparents spoke at home. Giddy. He looked down from the roof of a tall building and felt dizzy at the height. Kitty. The playground in the park was filled with the cheers of kitties running around. Idiocy. His act of driving at high speed without any safety precautions is the very definition of idiocy. Idiom. To become fluent in a foreign language, it is essential to learn the idioms that are unique to that language. Obsidian. obsidian found in volcanic areas, was used in ancient times to make sharp knives. Fastidious. He is a very fastidious person and cannot tolerate even the slightest bit of dust on his desk. Hideous. On the wall of the abandoned house there was a creepy, hideous drawing of a monster, but it was unclear who had painted it. Insidious. The disease is insidious in nature and progresses silently without any noticeable symptoms. Invidious. Giving preferential treatment to one sibling leads to invidious comparisons. Idiot. He blamed himself for being such an idiot for making such simple mistakes over and over again. Subsidiary. The major Japanese electronics manufacturer has several subsidiaries in the United States. Video. I watched an interesting video. Widow. She lost her husband at a young age and raised her children alone as a widow. Widower. He lost his beloved wife several years ago and now lives alone as a widower. Assiduous. He is known as an assiduous and hard-working person, and is immersed in his research until late at night every day. Assiduously. In order to pass the exam, he studied assiduously in the library every day. Rhythm. He danced to the rhythm of the music. Dither. He dithered for a while, unable to decide which path to take. Hither. He beckoned me hither, and called me into a back room. Slither. I saw a snake slithering silently through the grass. Wither. There had been no rain for a long time, so the flowers in the garden gradually withered. Hitherto. This discovery revealed the existence of a hitherto unknown organism. Pontifical. He expressed his opinions in a pontifical manner, which earned him the dislike of those around him. Difficulty. I experienced great difficulty with the exam. Difficult. This math problem was so difficult that no one in the class could solve it. Syphilis. In a medical class, I learned about the history of treatment for syphilis, a historically devastating infectious disease. Epiphany. He had an epiphany while taking a shower, when he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Magnificent. The view of the sunrise from the top of the mountain was simply magnificent and beyond words. Stiffen. He was suddenly called from behind and was so surprised that his body stiffened. Differ. Even siblings can have very different personalities and interests. Peripheral. He tends to always focus on peripheral issues and lose sight of the essentials. Difference. The accumulation of small efforts will create a big difference in the future. Indifference. He showed indifference to the problem. Different. He has a completely different personality from his brothers, and is very sociable. Coniferous. The northern mountainous regions are covered with coniferous forests of pine, cedar, and other trees. Vociferous. He expressed vocal opposition to the government's new policies at the rally. Proliferate. With the advancement of information technology, new social media are proliferating one after another. Periphery. He is always concerned with the periphery, not the essence of the problem. Bifurcated. The path bifurcates at the entrance to the forest, with the path to the right leading to the summit. Insignificance. Compared to the vastness of the universe, the worries of one person are nothing but insignificance. Significance. Historians emphasize the historical significance of the old document. Insignificant. Considering overall sales, this loss is an extremely insignificant amount. Significant. The development of new drugs is a very significant advancement in medicine. Significantly. The introduction of the new system has significantly reduced work time. Certificate. He passed the difficult national qualification exam and finally received his certificate. Hieroglyphic. Scholars have attempted to decipher the hieroglyphic inscriptions on the walls of ancient Egypt. Honorific. Japanese has a complex and diverse range of honorific expressions used to show respect to others. Horrific. He will never forget the horrific scene of that tragic traffic accident. Prolific. The author is very prolific, releasing several best-selling books each year. Scientific. His claims are based purely on speculation and lack sufficient scientific evidence. Specific. When giving instructions, you should be as specific as possible to avoid misunderstandings. Terrific. The audience was terrifically moved by her wonderful piano performance. Specifically. He explained it specifically. Spiffy. He showed up to the party in a spiffy new suit. Indifferent. He is completely indifferent to politics and has never voted. Differently. We see things differently from each other. Centrifugal. The spin-drying function of a washing machine uses centrifugal force generated by high-speed rotation. Ligament. He tore a ligament in his knee during a soccer game and had to undergo surgery. Polygamy. In some cultures, polygamy has historically been accepted. Obligatory. Participation in this training is obligatory for new employees of the company. Bigotry. In order to eliminate prejudice and bigotry, correct understanding through education is essential. Giggle. In the corner of the classroom, a few students were giggling at his joke. Jiggle. The key didn't fit, so he jiggled the knob several times trying to open the door. Wriggle. The children watched the earthworms they caught wriggle in the palms of their hands. Bigot. He is known as a bigot who refuses to listen to anyone else's opinion. Digger. At the construction site, a huge digger was digging deep into the earth. Rigor. Scientific verification requires strict rigor to maintain the accuracy of the data. Trigger. A small argument can trigger a major conflict between nations. Vigor. Even though he is over 80 years old, he continues to work with the vigor of a young man. Rigorous. The new product must pass extremely rigorous quality tests before it can be released to the market. Vigorous. He never misses his morning jog and maintains a vigorous stamina even at over 80 years old. Rigorously. Clinical trials were conducted rigorously to ensure the safety of new drugs. Vigorously. He works out vigorously at the gym to stay healthy. Invigorate. Breathing in the crisp mountaintop air makes you feel invigorated, both physically and mentally. Niggardly. Although he has amassed a great deal of wealth, he gives very niggardly to charity. Biggie. The biggies of the industry came together to discuss future market strategies. Calligraphy. She has studied traditional Japanese calligraphy and is passionate about writing beautiful characters. Unambiguous. Leaders should give unambiguous instructions to their subordinates to avoid confusion. Configure. He configured the network settings so that he could use his new computer. Disfigure. The accident left his beautiful face disfigured for life. Figure. He used statistical data to provide an accurate figure of future population trends. Figurative. To understand poetry, it is necessary to decipher not only the surface meaning of the words, but also the figurative expressions. Figurehead. Although he holds the title of chairman, he is merely a figurehead with no real power. Ambiguous. His response was ambiguous, and I couldn't tell whether he agreed or disagreed. Contiguous. The continental United States is made up of 48 contiguous states. Vigilance. The threat of terrorism requires airports to exercise more vigilance than ever before. Vigilant. Security guards are always vigilant, keeping an eye out for any suspicious individuals. Originally. The building was originally built as a church but is now a museum. Aboriginal. During our trip, we were exposed to the Aboriginal arts and culture of the area. Original. This museum houses the world's only remaining collection of precious original documents. Indigenous. We should respect the indigenous cultures that have been passed down in the land for generations. Originate. The unique ritual originates from ancient customs in the region dating back hundreds of years. Aborigine. The indigenous Australian Aborigines have their own unique culture and history. Digital. I bought a new digital camera. Individual. The teacher not only gave explanations to the students as a whole, but also gave individual instruction. Frigid. Special winter gear is needed to withstand the frigid Arctic climate. Rigid. He is a very rigid person and will not allow any changes to his plans. Vigil. The family kept vigil in the hospital lobby all night while waiting for the surgery to finish. Religion. He does not believe in any particular religion, but is interested in spiritual pursuits. Pigeonhole. To classify his vast collection of materials, he organized them one by one into pigeonhole shelves. Exigency. In the exigency of a disaster, leaders were called upon to make quick decisions. Litigious. Modern American society tends to be litigious, quickly taking even minor disputes to court. Prestigious. His years of hard work finally paid off when he won one of the most prestigious awards in the world. Prodigious. At just 10 years old, he displayed a prodigious talent for mathematics. Religious. He grew up in a very religious family and attended church every weekend without fail. Digit. The password must be at least 8 digits long and contain a combination of alphanumeric characters. Midget. The story features a little midget who uses magic. Belligerence. His belligerent attitude causes unnecessary conflict with those around him. Belligerence. His belligerent attitude causes unnecessary conflict with those around him. Belligerent. When he drinks alcohol, he becomes belligerent and causes trouble. Refrigerator. To prevent food poisoning in the summer, raw food should be put in the refrigerator immediately. Fidget. He was so nervous that he kept fidgeting in his chair while waiting to speak. Widget. We've added a handy weather widget to the sidebar of our website. Individually. The teacher taught the students individually, rather than all at once. Residual. Even after the heavy rain had stopped, residual water remained in the potholes. Deciduous. The forest is colored by deciduous trees whose leaves change color in autumn and then fall off in winter. Despicable. His actions of deceiving the weak and stealing their money are extremely despicable. Stickler. She is very stickler about manners and will not tolerate any rudeness. Piccolo. In the brass band she plays the piccolo, which has a higher range than the flute. Predicament. He was caught in a difficult predicament, caught between two opposing views and unable to take sides. Indicative. His sudden change in attitude is indicative of some kind of change of heart. Rickety. He hesitated to sit in the rickety old chair. Wicked. Fairy tales feature wicked witches who use their magic to torment the heroes. Fickle. The weather in spring is very fickle, and one minute it's sunny and the next it suddenly starts raining. Pickle. His careless remarks got him into a very awkward pickle. Sickle. The large sickle, which is depicted as a symbol of death, also has a long history as a harvesting tool. Tickle. He tickled his little son's side, making him laugh out loud. Trickle. Cold mountain water trickled down from the gaps in the rocks. Chicken. I made roast chicken for dinner. Quicken. With the finish line in sight, he quickened his steps for a final sprint. Sicken. Hearing the news of the brutal incident made him feel sick. Stricken. The village was stricken by a sudden major earthquake and suffered extensive damage. Thicken. Adding a little flour to soup will gradually thicken the liquid. Hiccup. He was so nervous that he started having constant hiccups in the middle of his speech. Picket. Workers set up pickets at the entrance to the factory to demand better working conditions. Ticket. I bought a train ticket. Wicket. In a cricket match, the ball knocks down the wicket and the batsman is out. Pickup. He loaded up his pickup to help a friend over the weekend. Bicker. It's common for couples to bicker over the division of minor household chores. Flicker. Perhaps a sign of a power outage, the light bulbs on the ceiling began to flicker violently. Liquor. At this store, you can enjoy rare liquors collected from all over the world. Snicker. He snickered maliciously at his rival's failure. Sticker. The colorful stickers on his suitcase tell the story of how much he has traveled. Vicar. The village vicar is respected as a source of spiritual support for the residents. Wicker. During the summer, breathable wicker chairs are very comfortable. Trickery. He used clever trickery to swindle large sums of money from investors. Thicket. The rabbit escaped and disappeared into a thicket of thorny plants. Picky. He is very picky and has a hard time finding clothes that suit his taste. Sticky. The child's hands were sticky with jam. Tricky. This puzzle has some tricky mechanisms and will take some time to solve. Encyclical. The Pope has issued a new encyclical stressing the importance of protecting the environment. Liquefy. By heating at high temperatures, they succeeded in liquefying solid metals. Antiquity. This museum houses a large collection of precious artifacts from ancient Egypt. Liquid. Mercury is a rare metal that remains liquid at room temperature. Liquidate. The company, which was struggling financially, decided to sell its assets and liquidate its debts. Ubiquitous. Smartphones have now become ubiquitous all over the world and are an essential part of our lives. Ubiquity. The ubiquity of smartphones allows us to access information anytime, anywhere. Curriculum. The university has significantly revised its curriculum to meet modern needs. Meticulous. She is meticulous about her work and never lets a mistake slip through her fingers. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous to believe in such an impossible plan. Meticulously. He meticulously cleaned each and every part of the antique clock. Inarticulate. He became so nervous that he became inarticulate and had trouble expressing himself. Extracurricular. He is not only enthusiastic about his studies, but also about extracurricular activities such as playing soccer. Particular. She is very particular about food and is particular about the ingredients. Perpendicular. The carpenter used a spirit level to check that the pillars were exactly perpendicular to the floor. Particularly. This summer has been particularly hot, with record high temperatures hitting new highs in many areas. Articulate. He is an excellent speaker who can express his ideas very articulately. Conspicuous. She was very conspicuous at the party in her bright red dress. Flotilla. The harbor was filled with flotillas of yachts flying colorful flags. Guerrilla. The anti-government forces hid in the mountainous areas and waged guerrilla warfare. Scintilla. His claims, it turns out, do not contain even a scintilla of truth. Vanilla. She likes freshly baked apple pie with vanilla ice cream. Villa. He rented a luxurious villa overlooking the Mediterranean Sea for his vacation. Syllable. To pronounce English words correctly, it is important to be aware of each syllable. Syllabus. The syllabus distributed at the beginning of the semester outlines the objectives of the lecture and the evaluation criteria. Filibuster. Opposition lawmakers engaged in lengthy filibusters to delay a vote on the bill. Kilogram. For the sake of his health, he aims to lose 3 kilograms in 1 month. Filigree. The antique jewelry box is decorated with delicate filigree using thin gold threads. Diligence. Her tireless diligence paid off, and she finally passed the difficult exam. Diligently. She performed her assigned tasks diligently and earned high praise from her superiors. Trilogy. The famous sci-fi film trilogy finally came to an end with the final chapter. Silicon. The semiconductor material silicon is essential for the production of computer chips. Grandiloquent. His grandiloquent manner of speaking seemed hollow. Soliloquy. At the climax of the play, the protagonist speaks of his suffering in a soliloquy. Filament. The thin filament inside the light bulb broke and the light went out. Millimeter. The insect is a few millimeters long. Villainous. In the film, he played a villainous character with a ruthless and nefarious plan. Philistine. He has no interest in art or culture, and is considered a Philistine by those around him. Militant. The group is not averse to using militant tactics to get its point across. Dilatory. His dilatory response delayed the progress of the entire project. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Militarism. Looking back at history, we can see that excessive militarism has led to many tragedies. Debilitating. The infection caused by the virus causes debilitating symptoms that rob people of their physical strength. Debilitate. The serious illness slowly sapped his strength, debilitating him to the point that it became difficult for him to carry out everyday life. Facilitate. The introduction of the new software is intended to facilitate smooth communication within the team. Rehabilitate. In order to help injured athletes return to the sport, they are diligently rehabilitated at specialized facilities. Ability. She has an amazing ability to solve complex problems in a short space of time. Adaptability. He showed incredible adaptability to his new environment and quickly blended in with his surroundings. Agility. The boxer has incredible agility, allowing him to easily dodge his opponent's punches. Availability. I inquired at the store about the availability of the latest models. Capability. He has sufficient capability to use the complex software. Civility. Even when opinions conflict, it is essential to maintain a minimum level of civility in a discussion. Debility. He worked hard at rehabilitation to recover from the muscle debility caused by his long battle with illness. Feasibility. A team of experts investigated the feasibility of a plan to build a huge city in the desert. Fertility. Thanks to the fertility of the soil, agriculture has flourished in this region since ancient times. Flexibility. In today's rapidly changing society, flexibility of thinking that is not bound by stereotypes is required. Fragility. This ancient pottery has a very high fragility and must be handled with care. Futility. He tried to persuade him many times, but realized the futility of his efforts when faced with his opponent's stubborn attitude. Hostility. Tensions between the two countries are rising, and hostility is becoming more and more prevalent near the border. Irritability. If you continue to lack sleep, you are more likely to become irritable and get upset over even the smallest of things. Malleability. Gold's high malleability allows it to be processed into extremely thin foils. Mobility. The widespread use of electric vehicles will significantly change people's mobility in urban areas. Nobility. He was born into a family of nobility, but lived a humble life without drowning in privilege. Possibility. Scientists continue to explore the possibility of life on Mars. Probability. Statistical data shows that the probability of this plan succeeding is extremely high. Reliability. The greatest advantage of this engine is its high reliability, which means it will not break down even in harsh environments. Responsibility. As the leader, he is prepared to take full responsibility for the project's failure. Senility. He began to show signs of senility due to aging, and his family began to consider nursing care. Susceptibility. Young children are more susceptible to infectious diseases than adults. Utility. He chose his furniture with an emphasis on practical utility rather than design. Versatility. This cookware is popular because of its versatility, as it can be used for baking, steaming, and boiling. Viability. Investors rigorously scrutinized the commercial viability of the new venture. Virility. He is full of virility that belies his age, and is very active. Volatility. The virtual currency market is highly volatile, and investing in it carries a high level of risk. Verisimilitude. The historical novel is meticulously researched and possesses an overwhelming sense of verisimilitude.